Today. Happy to be back in our new digs. Wanted to thank city staff and our contractors for all the great work they did in restoration of our city hall. Thank you. All right, first up is our invocation, agenda item number 3. Councilman Hicks, would you do us the honor?
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today. Thank you for bringing us all together. Thank you for all those that made the getting back into City Hall happen. We appreciate that. Just want to pray for our first responders and our military personnel, that they stay safe and on everybody's mind as they serve and stay away from their families, serving everyone else. In these things we pray. Amen. Amen.
Okay, so first up on agenda item 5A, we have a presentation from the Sons of the American Revolution. So if you would, please come on up to the podium. Hey, Ed. How you doing, sir? Doing good. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. I apologize about the scheduling snafu last month, but thank you for your patience with us and for. Oh, okay. All right. Well, okay. Well, yeah. If you could just maybe just describe the award and your organization, and we'll go from there.
He needs to turn on the microphone.
And hey, Ed, if you could talk to in the microphone right there, so the folks at home can hear you.
You can actually fold it. Oh, great. How you doing, Ed Blofeld? Push the button. Man, there's too
Sorry,
many
we got new equipment.
buttons and everything.
We're figuring it out.
I'm Ed Blofeld. I'm the president of the Sons of the American Revolution William Hightower chapter in New Braunfels. And each year, each chapter across the United States presents to our first responders and our EMTs 5 medals for their outstanding service to our communities. And tonight, I have the honor to present the life-saving medal to 3 members of this city here. So if I could get, I have for Brett Metzer, Luke Gentry, and Jacob Hillhouse. Not here? You want to come get them? I'll take it.
Mario, you want to accept it on their behalf? Okay.
So they each get a certificate, and we have this medal that they can wear wherever they go from now on. I can one of this for the picture.
One, two. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Congratulations. Thank you for a great job.
All right. Our next item on the agenda is 5B, presentation and recognition to the Robinson family for their gift of giving at Christmas by the 3 Robinson children that decided to sponsor 7 dogs at the animal shelter in lieu of Christmas gifts this year. And so our Councilwoman Cunningham is the one who brought this agenda item to our attention. And so, Katie, take it away.
Sure. So the Robinson family is here, so we want to call you up. But just to give y'all a little bit more information, the Robinson family, they have 3 kids, Janelle, Jalen, and Julius. The animal shelter raves about them. They have been very active volunteers. They fight for these animals. They post about the dogs. They help get these dogs adopted. But they sponsored, I may get the numbers wrong, but the animal shelter told me that they sponsored more than 8 or 9 dogs over the last 2 months. One of the kiddos made a goal to sponsor 10 animals this year and has already gotten one sponsored. The sponsorship covers their adoption fee. That's $125 per animal. So this isn't just lunch money. This is a lot of work that goes into raising this money to help sponsor these animals. And that's a lot of work for mom and dad too, encouraging and fostering this love of animals and this love of community and love of volunteering in their kiddos. They've also volunteered more than 60 hours in November and December alone. That work is free labor that we get that helps our animals. It helps make the animals more friendly. It helps make them more adoptable. It helps our staff to get things done, not just the basic care needs that the animals need, but it also helps those animals get extra walk, extra cuddles, and it helps move them out of the shelter a lot more quickly than if we didn't have volunteers. So we really appreciate that. I wanted to highlight the work that they do and all that they've given to the community just in the past few months. And I'm sure that that's going to carry forward. And we're going to have them back in a few months. They're over like 3,000 hours of volunteer time. But if y'all could come up so we can give you some certificates. Jalen, and Mr. Julius, one for your whole family. Okay, I'll go to the other side.
Yeah, come on. Let's talk about the dogs. No? Okay.
Getting nervous?
We just saw, I actually invited Cibolo Animal Services out to the Fall Festival at Cibolo Valley Elementary, and I got to know Jeanette, the animal service manager, and I learned that there was a pretty big need at the shelter for volunteering. And we started in November, and since then, we just haven't stopped. We love it. They're like our second family. So, yeah.
Okay, next up on the agenda is 5C, discussion presentation on the status of grant opportunities. Ms. Martinez. Or, no, you're not Ms. Martinez.
I wanted to start by presenting Michelle. She's the city's grant writer. She's been with the city since May 29th of 2023. And since that time, she has applied for several grants totaling $1.7 million and has many under development. She works closely with department heads and department staff to apply for these grants while she is researching opportunities under council strategic partnerships and strategic plan. And she wants to make sure that we tell our story well and with each application that we submit. She's developed alliances with granting agencies, reaching out to inquire about opportunities, status of applications, and next steps. And her presentation will provide details on the work that's been done, the work that's in progress, and the opportunities that will be pursued.
Ms. Brandon.
Hi, Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you. I came now with some readers, so I'm so sorry I'm getting used to them. But I would like to thank council members and everyone here for the opportunity this evening to present an overview of the grants that we have pursued and the projects we are working on to date. As we begin this new year, we will review our most important goals for the city. With the department heads and their teams, we aim to carefully evaluate every notice of funding opportunity to ensure that we are being fiscally responsible, respectful of staff time, making wise investments with these grants, and taking bold steps towards a better tomorrow for our city and future generations. Not sure if the slide. Do we know how- Oh, okay, yes, sir. I hope everybody's New Year was great.
Mayor and council, one of our technical hiccups is just making sure that we're getting the PowerPoints up. So Brian Huggins has walked back there to make sure that we get that up.
Who has control? The people behind the mirror. Oh yeah. Way weird.
Frank, your microphone's on.
Well, it's absolutely beautiful, just so you know. Very beautiful. Yeah, they're great.
And so you started with Cibolo back in, was it June? Is that right? May?
May 29th.
May 29th? Okay.
May 29th, yes,
All
sir.
right.
So
So-
it's been really great. We are coming into a really great and robust grant season. So as of right now, I know the Office of the Governor has put forth, there you are, yay. About 20 notices of funding opportunities, but they're not all, of course, we're not eligible for a lot of them, but there's quite a bit. Plus, of course, your federal grants and other state grants. So it's been really exciting to research, so hence my motivators.
All right,
So,
very good.
thank you. If you don't mind, just so that I don't get off track and keep y'all, there's 27 slides, so I want to kind of make it.
There's your clicker, man.
Thank you. And just to the right or to
Yes.
to the right? Thank you so much. So I'm just going to be reading. If you have any questions or if you can't hear me, please let me know. So, as Anna explained a little brief biography, I also want to go through some overviews on this presentation. One of them would be my biography, some priorities, grants applied for, timeline of funding opportunities, grants and development, sources of funding, and partnerships. As Anna explained, I have been writing and managing grants for more than 10 years, and I'm delighted to have the chance to share my experience with all of you. I'm thrilled to be a part of a progressive council, dedicated staff, and a warm and welcoming community. With council goals in mind, each grant application is created to highlight a council core strategy and guiding principle. Here you will see some of the grants that we have been working on. For the EDC to date, we have pursued grant opportunities to bring forth a strong and diverse economy. We have looked at transportation ecosystems such as Project Electrode and open spaces such as Poppy Pocket Park. Although we did not get awarded for for Project Electrode, the feedback from the funder requested for us to reapply and include more letters of support as well as some other important information regarding electric vehicles. For the police department, we have pursued grant opportunities with the utmost strategic, fair, and sustainable public safety processes in mind. Our NRA and Firehouse subs applications are still being reviewed and anticipated to be announced in late January and early March. As you can see with some of these two, there are no match requests. And so you will see on the table that we have included whether there is a match request or not. Also for the police department, here's another one for the police department where you see that we have been awarded for applications back from 2022 In 2023, these were before my time, but we have been awarded for body armor, for, of course, our victims liaison coordinator position, and then our bulletproof vest partnership with the Office of the Attorney General. So it's been really, congratulations. It's been a really great thing. I'm helping them along with the reporting and some of our reimbursement requests. So it's been really great. We've also had, with our Public Works team, some successful applications back from 2022, one being the Town Creek Trail, and that has been pre-awarded for $1.4 million. We have been coordinating with the AAMPO, and from them we have gathered that the formal award should be announced in April of 2024. Also through our Public Works and Recreations Department, we've successfully submitted in August 1st of 2023 for Tolley Park Nature Center. We've been informed that our archaeological review has been completed, and we have moved forward to the next stage. Final award announcements should be in the spring of 2024. So we're super excited with that one as well. For our Animal Service Department, we have applied for grants focusing on sustaining safe and well-kept neighborhoods. Although we did not get awarded for the Better Cities, we were given great feedback on how to become a more pet-friendly city and reapply. So the certificates from earlier are a perfect example of how in our next funding application, I can list some of those things from our volunteers. I was super excited when I heard that. Okay, and we also are waiting on the Petco Love Award announcements in the spring of 2024. In this next slide, we have given just a little review of our regional transportation project, which is the Town Creek Regional Trail. And if you can see, we have outlined, there is a map to show how far our trail is to go. And then just some of the, just like a little brief synopsis of what has been happening in some of the timelines. Okay. On these next two slides, I've added a timeline summary for all upcoming funding opportunities. Please note that these are just some of the notice of funding opportunities we've discussed for upcoming projects that align with city strategic priorities. But there are several others that, as I've said, have come out or will be coming out here soon. So we will be adding to these as they come out, hopefully here in the spring. In this next slide, same thing. We're looking at some of our, and it goes all the way through March of 2024. So you'll see some of the things that we will be looking to apply for or have already begun the application process. The next few slides are grants that are under development. We have an array of projects that are perfectly aligned with our strategic goals, including hazard mitigation, as you can see, Homeland Security projects, equipment projects such as body-worn cameras, bullet-resistant shields. We also have first responder mental health programs and projects that we're looking at, victims assistance programs to help enhance the victims liaison coordinator and her work. Okay, sorry. There we go. We do have other programs or projects under the Project Safe Neighborhoods program. Another for rifle resistance program. The BEAD, which is the broadband infrastructure dollars that will be coming down here in early 2024. We're also looking at projects through HEB and the Walmart Foundation for our Parks and Recreation Department. The BOOT program for competitive broadband grants, which are aimed at funding infrastructure projects that bring broadband access for users in eligible areas. On this slide, I wanted to inform you about some of the grant sources I utilize to find funding opportunities. As you can see, there are state, federal, corporate, family, and private funding resources. As a review of some of the grant sources, I've included a few funders, their priorities, and maximum dollars that they have awarded in some of their past grants. These are other funders as well. Besides working alongside such a forward-thinking and inclusive council and team, I'm super excited to talk about the wonderful partnerships we are creating and sustaining through this grant program. In a conversation with the ACOG about upcoming grant opportunities and future collaborations, Ms. Claudia Mora with the ACOG asked if we had access to Lexipol, which is a grant search system. I did inform her that it spoke with a representative but had not moved forward with a request because from my understanding, the basic program is approximately $12,000 a year. And I'm not really too sure on that amount, but I know that it is roughly close. She graciously let me know that they had a license available, and that we could utilize it at no cost to us. It was really exciting, and it's a really great tool. It works similar to the grants.gov, but it allows features for filtering. So it's really great. You don't have to sit there and go back and forth. You can just say, I want it to look like this, and then it pulls up any funding opportunities that match the request. So it's really great. Okay, we've also had great success with the AAMPO, Congressman Cuellar's office, the JBSA and DCIP, in which with them we are working on a possible communications project that will hopefully help enhance our first responders' radio systems. Also, we have, with the Office of the Governor, we're built positive relationships with program managers and project managers through my grant writing years, and have been really excited to talk to them about the city of Cibolo and some of the things that we are looking to do. So they're really excited about that as well. Before closing, I would again like to thank each of you for allowing me to be part of a great team and share my experience with the city of Cibolo. I'll be happy to take any questions or comments.
Just not to put you on the spot, but just
Sure.
do you have like a ballpark estimate of how many grants that you've brought in so far over the past 8 months or so?
That have been worked on? I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, it's as far as ones that have actually been awarded, like the total dollar amount.
Right now, we have not had any.
Okay.
We're looking at here in 2024 for all of them to come through, the ones that we have written. So I believe on the table, it does show like the anticipated announcement dates.
Sure.
I know that just right now from the top of my head, the Tolly Nature Center, that is through the Texas Parks and Wildlife, that one will be between March and April that they will do the announcements. We have, let's see, the Petco, which is going to be February, I believe. So we do have some coming, but it does take a little bit for them to start actually giving out awards. And depending whether it's a state or federal, our state grants usually take anywhere between 6 to 8 months to be awarded, just to kind of give an average.
So maybe you could come back at the end of Q1 and give us an update at that
Yes.
point.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hicks.
That sounds great.
So, whoa, slow. So, the money we're asking for Tolly Park
Yes, sir.
is to help match what we've already got bonded for,
For Tolly Park,
because
it
we've
is
got
for,
money that we bonded
oh, okay.
years ago.
Okay, and it's the first phase. So what we did let the state know is that we're taking this in right now 2 phases. So this would be for the first phase, I guess, of the infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, of course.
Any other questions?
Well, thank you for
All right.
your work, and I'm glad that you got with ACOG. That's awesome that they're not going to make us or charge us for that.
Well, thank you. It was a lead from Mr. Reed, so thank you for that also. But they are fabulous. They are here to help us.
Oh, I know.
And they've
I
been,
work
they've
with
been so
ACOG and
amazing.
Diane Roth. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, they're
So
great.
thank y'all
Well,
again.
We'll
Y'all
keep
have a
up the great work, and this is a numbers game, so the
Oh.
more you can apply for, the better. So
Oh.
we'll get some of them. So
Thank you so
thank
much.
you so much.
Okay, y'all have a good
All right, next up is agenda item number 6A, public hearing. The City of Cibolo City Council will conduct a public hearing regarding a request to rezone 432 Tolu Road, legally described as Baby Estates Lot 1, 1.93 AC, from the current zoning of low-density single-family residential SF2 to manufactured home district MH1. Ms. Huerta.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, this is a request for a rezone at 432 Tolly Road. The Planning and Zoning Commission made a recommendation of approval by a 7-0 vote. The owner is Gerardo Padilla Barajas. It's located in Council District 7. The future land use shows neighborhood residential. Currently, it's SF2, and the proposed zone changes to MH1. The applicant property is located within the SF2 zoning district. All immediate neighboring properties are also within the SF2 zoning district, with properties further north and south within the ETJ. The primary uses of the surrounding properties are residential manufactured houses. There are currently 2 barn structures on the property located at 432 Tolly Road. The applicant requested a conditional use permit to allow the placement of a manufactured home that was denied at the November 13th City Council meeting. The council directed the applicant to pursue a zone change to MH1. Public notice was published within the local newspaper on the 26th of November and the city website. Individual letters were sent by mail to 9 property owners within 200 feet of the site. To date, staff has received 0 in favor and 1 in opposition. Public hearings were scheduled for December 13th with the Planning and Zoning Commission and on January 9th with Council. Approval, disapproval of the zoning ordinance is tentatively scheduled for the January 23rd City Council meeting.
Thank you, Mrs. Huerta. All right, so the time is now 6:57 p.m. on Tuesday, January 9th. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. If anybody wishes to speak on this item, please step up to the podium. Hearing none, I will close the public hearing at 6:57 p.m. on January 9th. Moving on to 6B, the City of Cibolo Council will conduct a public hearing regarding a variance to the Code of Ordinances, Section 58-5, to allow a wall sign that does not face a right-of-way at 778 Cibolo Valley Drive. Ms. Huerta.
Yes, the Planning and Zoning Commission made a recommendation of denial by a 6-1 vote. The project name is for Mod Pizza. The owners are Endeavor Real Estate Group, being represented by Patty Imbus. It's located at Borkfeld Market on Cibolo Valley Drive in Council District 2. It's Zone C3 Retail Office. The applicant property is located within the Borkfeld Market Shopping Center off the corner of Borkfeld and Cibolo Valley Drive. It is surrounded by commercial properties within the C3 and C4 zoning districts. The rear of the shopping center abuts the Walmart parking lot. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a sign to be placed on the back of the building that faces the lot. The sign ordinance prohibits wall signs to be placed on the facades that do not face public or private right-of-ways, of which the Walmart parking lot is neither. Notice was published within the local newspaper on November 26th and the city website. Individual letters were sent by mail to 9 property owners within 200 feet of the site. To date, staff has received 0 in favor and 0 in opposition. Public hearings were scheduled for December 13th with the Planning and Zoning Commission and January 9th with City Council. Approval, disapproval of the zoning ordinance is tentatively scheduled for January 23rd, at the January 23rd City Council meeting.
Thank you, Mrs. Huerta. All right, the time is now 6:59 p.m. on Tuesday, January 9th. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. If anyone wishes to speak, come on up to the podium. Welcome, ma'am. And when you get to the podium, if you could please turn on the microphone, make sure it's green, and then state your name and your address. And then, thank you.
Hi, my name is Casey Britton, and my address is 104 Chattington Court, San Antonio, Texas, 78213. I am with the sign company that pulled the permit for this sign application, and I'd like to say I'm very appreciative of the one person on the Planning and Zoning Committee that was on my side. We pulled a permit for Mod Pizza, which is going up on Borgfield Market. It is a new restaurant. It's a national chain. They're really excited to come to town and support Cibolo. It is on a strip mall that faces, in the back of it faces Walmart and the Walmart parking lot. After that parking lot, there is a right-of-way that's a private right-of-way right in front of the Walmart that connects Boardfield Road with Cibolo Valley Drive. We argue that that should count as a right-of-way for our signage. And there are two existing signs on this building that face that right-of-way, being Buffalo Wild Wings and Urgent Care. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, hey, thank you very much for coming out to speak with us about this item tonight. And then just to let you know how the process works, so tonight we're just going to have a public hearing, so that way anybody who's for or against this can come on up and give us their opinion. And then I believe we'll be voting on this during the next council meeting. So we do 2 council meetings in January, so if you want to come to the next one or tune in on YouTube, either way, and see how we vote.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, anyone else want to speak on this item? All right, hearing none, I will close the public hearing at 7:02 p.m. on Tuesday, January 9th. All right, moving on to 6C, the City of Cibolo City Council will conduct a public hearing regarding a conditional use permit, CUP, for 10833 IH10, legally described as ABS 134 Sir Jose Flores, 7.5100 AC, to allow concrete asphalt batching plant, temporary use. Ms. Huerta.
The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by a 6-0 vote with 1 abstention. The owners are MLM Trust, represented by Maya Janes Green of Weber LLC. Council District 7, the existing zoning is Muir. They are requesting a conditional use permit for a concrete asphalt batching plant. That's a temporary use. The applicant property is located off of the I-10 within the Muir zoning district. Directly east of the property is a single-family residence, also within the Muir. All other properties directly adjacent to the applicant property are within Cibolo's ETJ and are being used for agricultural purposes. Across IH10 are businesses and homes within the Muir. Further north is Aishan, which is within the light industrial I-1 zoning district. This request is tied to a specific project, the expansion of the IH10 corridor, and is only requesting occupation of the site until the projected completion of the project in October of 2026. Staff is recommending that should council approve the conditional use permit for concrete asphalt batching plant temporary, that it be subject to the 10 conditions located in your packet. Some of those conditions may require waivers or variance requests. Published notice within the local newspaper on November 26th and on the city website. Individual letters were sent by mail to 3 property owners within 200 feet of the site. To date, staff has received 0 in favor and 0 in opposition. Public hearings were scheduled for December 13th with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and on January 9th with council. Approval, disapproval of the zoning ordinance is tentatively scheduled for the January 23rd City Council meeting. This request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, which shows the future land use categories of business park and industrial. And in the audience is a representative from TxDOT and from Weber.
Thank you very much, Ms. Huerta. All right, the time is now 7:05 p.m. on Tuesday, January 9th. And so I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing, and if anybody wishes to speak on this item, come on up to the podium and make sure that the microphone light is green and state your name and your address. Welcome, ma'am. How you doing?
Hi, my name is Michelle Welch, and the address is 10621 IH10. I am the single-family house that is next to where this batch plant will be built. My concerns are just what kind of conditions, as far as the noise level, the smell, how it could affect my health, what can be done. It's changed the whole view and enjoyment of my property. I know I can't stop progress, but I want to know if there's any kind of compensation for it, if they can fill in the ditch, what can be done, and how temporary is this? What if it goes on longer? And those are just my concerns.
Thank you very much,
Thanks.
Michelle. I appreciate you bringing these concerns up to us. And then just to tell you real quick about the format of public hearings. So this section of our meeting is for the public to come and give us information. So we're technically not allowed to answer questions or to debate it, as a body with the city council and the mayor. And so we will have an agenda item in the future where we'll be able to debate it and vote on it. And so that'll come, I believe, at our next meeting. But if anybody from TxDOT wants to come up and answer some of Michelle's questions potentially, we'd appreciate it. Come on up. How you doing, Will?
Doing good.
Not to put you on the spot or nothing, Will.
That's okay. Just bright and orange, just to be prepared. So, do you want me to answer some of the questions that you would had, or? Yes, sir. Yes. So, Will Lockett, I'm with TxDOT. The address of my office is 4102 Interstate 35 South. I shouldn't have to look at my card to know that. I guess to speak in support of the batch plant, of course, this is part of the $75 million expansion of I-10 that aligns with the initiative to take I-10 from 4 to 6 lanes between San Antonio and Houston. This batch plant has been operating, I believe, for almost the past year, and it is needed so we can complete this project. I can try to answer some of the questions as far as timing. Our scheduled completion, I believe we're looking at October of 2026, which is, we're still probably looking at about another 2.5 to 3 years worth of work. I do have representatives from Weber here. They may be able to answer those questions on as far as there was concerns about emissions or what is there at the plant. But I mean, schedule-wise, we are progressing. We're making, compared to another project we have here in the area, but we are going by leaps and bounds, to be honest, for this project. If there are concerns with, I believe you said a ditch by your house.
Yeah, so in the summer, the weeds all grow up tall. I cannot mow there anymore. The big rocks, we can't do.
Okay. If you two could exchange contact information and then maybe meet out in the hallway and have a quick conversation, I'd appreciate it. And so, Will, thank you very much for coming up and giving some information about this project. It seems like it's going to be for a little while, right? More than 2 years. And so,
Yes,
if there's anything that TxDOT could do to help with mitigation of dust and things like that, it would be appreciated by the nearby residents. So.
Yes, sir.
Thank
yes,
you,
sir.
Will.
And I have a card. I will
Okay.
give it, and I can answer questions as needed, or she can contact me as needed as well.
All right. Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir. All right. Anyone else wish to address this item? Come on up to the podium. Welcome. And then just make sure the microphone's on, and please state your name and your address.
Hello, everyone. I'm Maya. I'm the project manager for Weber for this project on I-10. Just to answer some of the questions, so we've been in operation for about a year. It'll be going till about October of 2026 per our schedule. However, we are pushing to finish much sooner than that. Just to clarify, the plant itself is not an asphalt batching plant. It is not petroleum-based products whatsoever. There is no smell that comes from the plant. It is a concrete batching plant only. There is a reversed air dust collector attached to the plant. So what that does is it controls all of the emissions. So effectively, no dust can exit while it's in operation. In addition to that, in terms of the sound issues from the plant, you know, it's right on I-10, so the traffic is flying by. I guess we can kind of hear the traffic more than the plant itself. So I don't think that's a huge concern. And then in terms of the other question, what was the other thing? The ditch, okay, so yeah, it's on a property that's we're leasing from Mr. Mott, who is the owner. And the actual property line falls along that ditch, so what we've done is just kind of sloped off to where their property line meets his property line. So that's what, you know, kind of what we've done at this point to make it more pleasant, I guess. And then we do have stockpiles in between their property line and our plant to kind of block the view of the plant. Yeah. I don't know if there was anything else.
Okay, makes sense. And so
Yeah,
like,
and then last year, I'm sorry, last year we did operate the plant for just 37 days out of the year. So it's not going to be a 24/6 operation as we previously submitted. The only reason we do that is because of restrictions with lane closures and temperatures. And as you guys know, you can't do concrete paving when it's too cold. You also can't do it when it's too hot. So we have to work around nighttime, daytime, stuff like that in order to make it work. So we anticipate only operating the plant about the same amount of time this year, 37 days. Throughout the project, we have a total of 95 paving shifts. So it's really super temporary.
okay.
And at the end of the day, there'll be a beautiful freeway.
That's right. That's right. Well, thank you so much. We
Yeah.
appreciate your work down there. And, you know, as you know, I-10 really needs the help over there.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
it's going to look great.
We're happy to be there and happy to be part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The time is now 7:12 p.m. I'm going to close the public hearing for 6C. We're going to move on to agenda item number 7, citizens to be heard. This is the only time during the city council meeting that a citizen can address the city council. It is the opportunity for visitors and guests to address the city council on any issue, to include agenda items. All visitors wishing to speak must fill out the sign-in roster prior to the start of the meeting. The city council may not debate any non-agenda issue, nor may any action be taken on any non-agenda issue at this time. However, the city council may present any factual response to items brought up by citizens. Attorney General Opinion JC 0169, limit of 3 minutes each. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Remarks may also be addressed to any individual member of the council, so long as the remarks are about matters of local public concern and not disruptive to the meeting or threatening to the member or any attendee. Any person violating this policy may be requested to leave the meeting, but no person may be requested to leave or forced to leave the meeting because of the viewpoint expressed. This meeting is live streamed. If anyone would like to make comments on any matter regarding the city of Cibolo or any agenda item and have this item read at this meeting, please email psimics@cibolotx.gov and vchapman@cibolotx.gov or call 210-5666-111 before 5 p.m., the date of the meeting. All right, first up, we have Maggie. Come on up. Happy New Year. Welcome, Maggie.
Good evening, Mayor. Happy New Year, City Council. Maggie Titterington, 1730 Shirts Parkway, giving you some chamber updates. Just wanted to first and foremost thank Mr. Reed and the city of Cibolo as well as Fire Station number 3. Today was the start of our leadership core class. I have some students with me. They'll be coming up shortly. And just really eye-opening, and really appreciated Mr. Reed telling us the strategies and the employment atmosphere and all the things that are going on in the city of Cibolo, economic development. It was really, really informative. So really appreciated that. And the students were very excited to learn a little bit more about the cities today. Today is also the last day to RSVP for our first chamber luncheon of the year, which is next Tuesday. It's State of the Chamber. We'll be giving updates on all the successes of 2023 and programs that we have coming up in 2024. Also, on the 19th of January, we have another Cibolo business that we're welcoming into the chamber, a ribbon cutting at 10 a.m. on January 19th for City Vet. They were also actually on the news a couple weeks ago several times over the weekend. Amber, the main vet there, was talking about animals and fireworks and things going on, but they kept playing it all weekend long, talking about Cibolo's City Vet, so I hope she caught that. On the 31st, we have our first business education series, Epic Education, and it's going to be on AI. There is a lot of talk, a lot of concern, a lot of anxiety about artificial intelligence and how can small businesses use it, how are large businesses using it, and so we brought in an expert through UTSA, the Small Business Development Center, and so Mr. Ramirez is going to come out and speak about that. It's from 8 to 11 a.m. at the Shirt Civic Center. You can register online. And last but not least, on February 3rd, actually 4th, this is a typo, we are going to have our Health and Home Show, totally free, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's on a Saturday, again at the Shirt Civic Center. It's going to be featuring 70 local vendors for your home health, meaning plumbers, electricians, home decoration, to physical health, nutritional, spiritual, churches represented, workouts. So we have several businesses in Cibolo that are going to be there, as well as surrounding areas. As I said, totally free. It's on that first Saturday in February from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Hey, real quick before you get away, I got a quick question. So, do y'all still do that best of, where you have the coupon book and you go around to all the different businesses and rate them? You know what I'm talking about?
The best, that might have been with our taste that we used to do. Where
Taste,
we
yeah,
did
that's
that.
it. Yeah,
yes,
the taste of the
which,
community.
Unfortunately, no, we haven't done that. COVID killed the taste, effectively killed the taste.
Okay.
And then Retama Park never finished their renovations in time for us, and now so much time has passed that, yes, everybody kind of lost interest. But I would love to
Yeah.
see that revived.
Yeah, I was talking about the thing where you go to the businesses and then like you get like a sticker and then you put it on
Yes.
that card. You know what I'm
Yes.
talking about? That was really
Yes.
cool.
We could actually revive that too.
Yeah, that'd be
Okay,
awesome.
Yeah, I think you won one of those one year too.
I think I did, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Maggie. All right, next up is my favorite constable from Guadalupe County, Precinct 4, Constable Harvey Faulkner. Come on down. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Harvey Faulkner. I'm constable out here in Precinct 4. Y'all didn't get to elect me last time because y'all were not in the precinct. After redistricting, y'all are now in the precinct. I have an opponent in the March primary, and I would appreciate y'all's vote. I've been a resident of Guadalupe County for 35 years. I've been a constable in this county for 15 years. I have 38 years of law enforcement experience, and if you want to go to my website, it's reelectfaulkner.com, and you can see what we've done positive for this county since I came in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harvey. Appreciate it. Keep up the great work. Thank you, sir. All right, next up is Eric De La Garza. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Eric De La Garza, 4917 FM 3009. I'm with First United Bank. I'm part of the leadership program. Just here in observation, and I'm learning a lot about how everything is working. So happy for this opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Eric. All right, next up is Kaylin Marr. Is that right? Kaylin? Welcome, Kaylin.
Hi, I am Kaylin. I am also with the Leadership Corps, and I work for Natasha Reynoso with the Farmers Insurance Agent in Schertz, Texas.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for coming out tonight. All right. Next up is Michelle Welch. I think Michelle already talked, didn't she? Okay. All right. All right. So that's it for citizens to be heard. And so we're going to move on to agenda item number 8, which is the consent agenda. All items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial by the council, and all will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda. Item A, approval of the minutes of the regular city council meeting held on December 12th, 2023. B, approval of the quarterly investment report ending September 30th, 2023. C, approval to authorize the city manager to complete the purchase order of one Pierce Enforcer Platinum 100 and one Pierce Enforcer Platinum buy board number 651-21. D, approval to authorize the city manager to complete the purchase order for loose equipment buy board number 698-23. And E, approval acquisition of furniture for City Hall by authorizing the city manager to execute the purchase order of ODP Business Solutions. Does anybody want to talk about any of these individually? Okay.
Can I make a motion to approve 9A and 9B?
And C.
Or I'm sorry, 8A, 8B,
And D.
and D?
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Oh, we gotta do our thing.
Okay. All right.
Y'all don't laugh at us.
So where's the voting button on this one? Oh, okay, you got to set it up. Okay. All right. So yeah, we'll do a roll call vote.
Oh, no. We pop up there? Like our names if we motion and second?
That's right.
I need to take a better picture.
No, that's a good picture, Katie. That's cool. Okay. So where do I go? Okay, there we go. Okay.
Well, you have to do it.
Yeah,
not
I
me.
abstain. Yeah, you can do no vote. Okay. There we go.
So Mahoney, you gotta do it. Mahoney and Norma.
Norma, we're waiting on you. Oh wait, her screen's black. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Her computer's restarting.
You can just click her face and you can submit a vote for it. Well, is that easy? Seems fraud.
Oh, sure. Okay.
I've seen that at the legislature.
He's over here just voting.
Somebody's reaching over. You go over there and take it.
Oh,
Peggy, you'll vote for you.
oh, there you go.
All right, look at that. Unanimous. Very cool. No, that's so good, Katie. What do you mean? All right, so who wants to talk about item number, was it D?
8C.
C?
8C.
C.
My question is, these aren't, Chief, these are not, let me turn my own. These aren't are already being built trucks, correct? These are ones that are gonna be built by our standard, by us. 'Cause I heard today at the county where they were wanting to order hoses, but they're having a hard time, that they went ahead and approved it, but they didn't want to make sure that they get the same hose for the right truck. I guess they're not compatible. I don't know. That was my understanding. So I guess my question is to make sure that these are going to be compatible with our future hoses and our future trucks. They're interchangeable with everything.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then Mr. Mahoney had a question for C also. Oh, yours D too? Okay.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Okay.
No, for E, go ahead.
No, we'll have to vote on C.
I'll make a motion to approve 8C.
Got a motion and a second, so let's put up the voting screen again. All right, all in, looks like it's 7-0. Okay, all right. Next up is, what's your question?
8E.
Councilman Mahoney on E.
A couple of questions.
Me too.
Maybe Mr. Reed is the guy to ask.
And Mr. Mahoney, I'll also ask Ms. Anna Miranda to answer any question that may be too detailed for me. So go ahead, sir.
Well, it's kind of simple. I think there are citizens that want to hear out loud. The first page of the item in our agenda says we are proposing using the general fund for the one-time expenditure and reallocate ARPA funds to offset salaries in the same amount, so the net impact to the budget is zero. Just thought I would ask for somebody to give me the 30-second explanation. What does all that mean?
Mr. Mahoney, I'm glad you asked it because that's my question as well.
So Anna and I have talked about that. Anna, do you want to provide a response?
Because I want to know that the AARP funds, and I'm going to ask for the next agenda to have something on there showing what funds that we were able to get, how much we've spent, and what we've got left. But that was my same question is, you know, we're switching funds around, and to me, that slip of the hand don't work for me. It's dangerous.
This item's about the furniture though, right?
Yes, it's about the furniture.
Okay, so let's stick to that.
Anna?
So oh, this is loud, isn't it? So through discussion with our consultant who has aided us with the ARPA compliance and reporting, we're recommending changing the funding source for the furniture procurement from ARPA funds to general funds. The reallocation has a net zero impact to both funds. The city is already using ARPA funds for salary reimbursement for funding a portion of city staff salaries. Our consultant recommends increasing the allocation for salary reimbursement from ARPA funding and using the saved funding in the general fund to procure the furniture. This allows us to move forward with the procurement through a purchasing cooperative rather than issuing a formal invitation to bid, which would be required in using federal funds.
So bottom line, if we move forward, if council doesn't want to switch the funding source, it's a net zero impact. We will have a much slower procurement process because we'll have to comply with all federal strings attached to ARPA. Furniture is an eligible purchase under the ARPA funds.
That was my question.
It will just take longer. And that's why we're making this recommendation, and that is why it was called out in the report.
Okay.
So my question on this is that I thought we had discussed this a long time ago. And we've moved in, or sort of, and we haven't even bought the furniture?
That's correct. Council had asked us to be frugal in reusing the old furniture, and not until we are in this building could I have said with confidence that keeping certain furniture was not just prudent, but functional. And so several of us are keeping our old furniture. And several of our frontline employees, until they were in the space, could not imagine which size or orientation of their furniture. So if I had made this, directed to make this purchase before we came back in, I would tell you this, the furniture wouldn't be the right fit. Right now, every employee who's getting a new desk or a new piece of furniture has been able to stand in the space with their department head to identify what that purchase is. We've had the furniture supplier come in multiple times and actually be there with our employees. So that's why we've not purchased it. I did not want to spend more than I needed, and to make sure that every piece of furniture we order fits the space and meets the employees' needs.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Well, Mr. Reed, I'm going to tell you that you explained it, and that makes a lot more sense because I know that the federal, when we use federal for AARP, you've got a long procurement process. I understand that. But the way it read from the get-go was, like Mr. Mahoney, it made me scratch my head. I mean, that's why I've got it marked on my page. I mean, I had it right here, so where I was going to pull it. Mayor, because
Okay.
I needed to know.
I hope I answered the questions fully then.
All right. Do we hear a motion
Make a
for
motion to
8E?
approve 8E.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Let's go back to the electronic screen. All right, we have unanimous approval of furniture.
No on everything.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 9, staff update, administration. Mr. Reed, you gonna take this one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, I'm pleased to announce that I've been working with our partner, CAI, to organize and schedule the third HOA Knowledge Workshop on Saturday, February the 3rd from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. If any council members want to attend, please do. I know Mr. Mahoney, Ms. Cunningham, Ms. Sanchez-Stevens have been supportive of the first two. You three have attended both. Maybe there's a gold star for attending 3 in a row. But if anybody else wants to attend, please do. We have already posted this on social media, the topics, and we're pushing that out through all means possible to increase attendance. We've been around 30 attendees at the first two, and I'm expecting attendance to at least be 30 again. It will be here at City Hall versus at the elementary school, and I'm really happy that we're able to be in this space versus a elementary school cafeteria.
Mr. Reed, can y'all record that? Is that possible?
Yes,
Okay.
and so by being in this space, and we have recorded the first two, it was just using low tech. So in this space, it'll be a much better recording. And by the way, our website has a web page dedicated to these. So the first two have videos, and so not only do you have all access to all the materials, but you could actually listen to the entire video. So this third one will have much better video that is recorded and kept on our web page. I'm happy to announce that we are working on our State of the Cities video. We just have an outline. What is the theme? What is the script? I'll be sitting down with the mayor on this very soon. The chamber event is on Tuesday, February the 20th, and Maggie is looking at me right now, not a minute late past the deadline. And so I hope you mark your calendars for the chamber luncheon on Tuesday, February the 20th. All 3 cities will be doing their annual video. Strategic grant partnership applications. You'll remember, Council, you did approve a strategic partnership grant in your FY24 budget. You asked us to proceed with creating a program, and so the applications will go live tomorrow following tonight's council meeting. We modified the dates to so that we will accept these through February the 16th, so that once we make the announcement at the city council meeting here tonight, there's ample time for interested parties to submit an application. Applications will be in front of council after staff summarizes them for you in March of this year. This is a pilot program, you could say. We've never done strategic partnership grants at this city. Other cities that I've worked for have done it. So this is an experience for us to learn how well we can do it, how well we promote it. If you know of a local nonprofit organization that's doing good for the city, let them know about this. Just direct them to myself, Brian Huggins. He is going to be the point person on this, and we'll make sure we provide them all the information to make an application.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Cunningham.
So I know we dedicated $10,000 to the strategic grant opportunity. When it comes in March, I know we're at the end of, we're in Q2 right now. That should be the end. Would we know if there's any other available funds that could potentially be utilized if we have an overwhelming amount of applications?
So at least on sales tax, we're 2 months behind. So we may or may not have the January sales in, but we only have 3 months of sales tax data in. And that's the one area where increases are really noticed. I would say it's a little early. However, you're not asking this. Let's say that you have more requests than you have funds available. It's a good problem to have if every single one of them is doing good for our community. If you're only able to award, or you decide to award, I'm making the numbers up, there's 4 applications, they're all worthy, but the first 2, you're really committed to 5,000, 5,000, right? Making the numbers up. Those other 2 don't go away. If, say, when we start the budget process and we report to you a good 6, 7 months of revenue and there's additional money, if the council says we'd like to make a budget amendment and put more money towards these, and oh, by the way, those 2 that we couldn't award, we'd like to award them. Let's say they were each $5,000, asking for $5,000. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You would have the opportunity to do that.
And can you remind me, we're funding these out of
General fund.
general fund? Okay, because it was on the ARPA list at one point, correct? No?
Yeah, I don't think this was ever considered eligible.
Okay. This was general fund.
So, Mr. Reed, it goes live tomorrow.
That is correct. Brian, do you want to say anything, Mr. Huggins?
Yeah, so we wanted to make sure there was ample time, since this is a pilot program, to get the information out. So we actually extended it from starting tomorrow, January 10th, through the end of February, not just February 16th. That gives a good 6 weeks, 6, 7 weeks for y'all to go out and campaign for some of these people. Ask anybody in the nonprofit world if they would like to apply for one of these scholarships. So there's ample time to get the application completed and sent in, so we can get them to y'all in March for review. Yes, sir. Y'all will be the ones who decide who gets it.
Okay, and can you please email the council the link when it goes live tomorrow?
We can absolutely do that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, moving on to the next section. I want to speak about the animal services facility. So my update is about the existing facility. It's not about the plans for a new facility. First, the city team, led by Mr. Huggins, is developing the details on the new kennels and procurement of the kennels. Once the details are complete, they will initiate procurement and laying the foundation for the kennels. A detailed timeline for the request for bids for the kennels will be developed over the next month. So more to come on that. Second, the animal services office building. So remember, that's a portable office building out there. The RFB, request for bids, was released last week. The deadline for submissions for the office are due February the 6th. More details will be provided to council sometime in March after those bids are reviewed. We determine if they're responsive bidders, and we bring to you the best one. And I appreciate Brian, PD, the animal services team for working on this, making sure that we help our professional staff over there have better accommodations. And I appreciate council's support of this project as well. CIP projects, I sent an email earlier today just about City Hall, so I'm not going to read that verbatim. What I do want to say is in that email, first, I recognized Bobby, our contractor, Bobby Bishak. Mr. Bishak, if you'd raise your hand, he's in the audience. He and his team at KW Construction has done a phenomenal job on this project. Right now, there's just a couple of outstanding items, and I just want to raise council's awareness in the email. The lobby window glass, that's the 2 windows for utility billing, and the 1 window, I call it the front city secretary's office window. And the permanent glass is not in. When that comes in, you'll notice that we're taking out the glass and the frames that's there, and we're putting in the permanent one. But what we have now is working. The front vestibule, so when you're walking through the city, into the city hall through the front doors, before we did the remodel, we had our sliding glass doors and you walked in. Part of the problem with the lobby is when it's really cold or really hot, it's really cold or really hot in the lobby. So council supported providing a vestibule that would provide a second set of doors, sliding doors, so that, and we have air conditioning going into the vestibule to create a transition zone. That right there is behind schedule due to the manufacturing of the sliding glass doors and the mechanism. My email to you says that Mr. Bishak believes that that'll be in the first week of March. He's been on the phone with them. They're expected to deliver that. We won't close down City Hall to make that improvement. He's going to work outside of our business hours so that it is done and doesn't impact businesses at City Hall, business operations at City Hall. So those are the two things in his scope of work that we're still closing out. And then unrelated to his scope of work, in talking with Ms. Simics about the bulletin board, the temporary one that's out in front, she believes it's raised the awareness to the public of the posted agendas. And so rather than go back to having bulletin boards on the glass of the vestibule, I've made a commitment that what we're going to do is we're going to keep it up there. We're going to finish up the construction by our contractor here. And then we're going to sit down with our public works team and we're going to look at creating more of a permanent frame. Maybe it's a metal frame with a small roof over it.
Mr. Reed, that's
and have the
kind of what
bulletin
mine
boards there.
was gonna
There you go.
address.
Well, that was Ms. Simics' idea. I just
Yes.
thought it was a great
Yes.
idea. And so we're
I
going to
agree.
do that. And then in the lobby, one thing we did not put in the scope of work because we can, I believe we can do this at very low cost in talking to our architects who did the remodel plans, is staff will be putting sound absorbing panels on the upper part of the lobby to reduce that echo, not reduce. I'm going to emphasize reduce because I can't promise eliminate until we get those up there. But
I
those
thought
are the
that was
two things
part
that,
of the project, though.
yeah, what's that?
I thought that was part of the project.
It was not in the scope. We said that we would be doing that at low cost ourselves after the fact.
Okay.
So again, I want to thank Mr. Bishak and his entire team. You kept us on schedule. You allowed us to move back in on schedule, and that kept our costs low. So thank you, sir. Do any of you have a question for Mr. Bishak? He's actually here because he wanted to make sure for your first city council meeting, if there was any issues with the building, not the technology, that he was here to make sure that it was fixed right away. So far, so good, though. Okay, I'm going to keep moving on. The Public Works Facility, staff is working in the building. Minor finish-up work is occurring related to the cabinets and the countertops in the crew leader and employee room, but otherwise, everything is completed, and they'll be wrapping up shortly. Kind of like this building, they're at that stage of wrapping up little details. I want to update you on Hakerville Road and Town Creek Drainage Phase 2. Given the conversation we had at the last meeting, I have a handout that the City Secretary's office has already passed around. So I'm just reading from the bottom of this, and if there are any detailed questions, I'm going to pass it off to Julio or Tim. Julio's not here, it's just Tim. So I want to clarify and make crystal clear what is going to open in this month based upon the paving that is occurring and the work that still needs to be completed. So what you have in your hands is a map that shows a yellow line is unrestricted two-way traffic. A red line is restricted to one-way traffic. The orange lines are the road closed barriers, which I only see one, and that's on Schaefer Road. Okay, so Schaefer Road will not have access onto Hakerville Road. But what you will have is unimpeded two-way traffic over the bridge or south of the bridge into the neighborhood using Park Valley, up Crystal Valley, and on Country Lane. The red line, so from Park Valley up to FM 78, it is one way going north because they will be digging out the south side, the portion of the existing pavement that people have been driving on, not much pavement really left there. They'll dig that down, put the subbase, compress, do density tests, we'll get up to asphalt, stormwater inlets are going in at the same time, and then that work will be done and the road will be open both ways. I'm going to send this to you, but I thought as an update, first I would tell you, and I'd give you a chance, what questions do you have? And Mr. Foose can answer them.
I suggest make north at the top.
We will put north at the top.
Request.
We can do that.
A little OCD about that.
And then just real quick, what's the ETA to be wrapped up with this?
North is actually here.
With Hakerville?
Tim, give an
At this-
update on when the road from curb to curb will be done and then the
Yeah.
ancillary work outside of it.
We should be paving the remainder of the road southbound around the end of March, beginning of April, and we should be finished out by late April, early May.
Okay, so
That's with sidewalks, curbs, driveways, riprap, those kind of things.
Okay, so by summertime, we should have this thing done?
Before summertime.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foose. Thank you, council, on that. And our contractor, Texas Sterling, has also been a good partner and has been doing a good job on this complicated project. Dean Road, Bolton Road, Lower Seguin Road. I'm happy to announce that today the staff met with D&D Construction to perform their pre-construction meeting. Traffic control plan for Dean Road will be submitted this week. D&D is scheduled to start on Dean Road Monday, January 22nd. Following the electronic signage for traffic control being up for about 10 days. So between now and January 22nd, you're going to see signs coming up, and we do that as a best practice. Most cities and even TxDOT do that as a best practice because you want the public to be aware something's coming and something's going to be changing. So after that, electronic message signs and other traffic control are up. We'll get going on January 22nd. There's no definitive start date for Bolton and Lower Seguin Road at this time. We were focused on getting Dean Road up and running, and for them to get that traffic control plan in. Once that traffic control plan is submitted, D&D is going to start working on traffic control for Bolton and Lower Seguin, and you're going to see them starting up in the near future. I want to also talk about, I don't have any other comments there. Any questions?
Just a quick question. So the start date on Dean is the 22nd. Now, is that something that will take like a couple weeks, or how long do you think it'll take to redo Dean?
All three, what I can say is all three roads combined, not each one, combined from January, well, I don't know what the start date will be, but from January 22nd, 300 days. All three are going to be done.
300 days?
Yeah. 300 days.
So like breaking apart, maybe 100 days for Dean, you think, or
Mayor, rather than spitballing this one, I'll ask Tim and Brian to contact D&D once they have their start date and they can schedule that out. Let's give a rough schedule for just Dean Road. We can send an email on that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to put that down as an action.
Can I rewind to Hagerville for a second? The map that you gave us showing the north and south,
Yes.
the routes. When will those northbound ones be open?
Once the paving is completed, it should be open around the third week of January.
Okay, so the end of this month is
Third week of January. As soon as it's paved, we'll be able to get traffic moving northbound on that side of the road.
Perfect.
All right, that's all we got for the three roads, Mr. Reed.
Yes.
So,
well, I've got a question on Bolton. And
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In Hagerville,
Joel.
We've got potholes that I've sent to you. We need to make sure that we're hitting those potholes, whether we're going to work on it or not. The potholes need to be filled.
And I have forwarded that to Public Works, and it's in their queue 100%.
You talking about on Hagerville?
Well, Hagerville, Bolton, Stolte.
Yeah.
They all have huge potholes.
Because the other Mr. Reed, he's been contacting me about potholes over closer to that Shell gas station. You know, like when you're taking that one road to get to Hagerville?
Yeah.
It's kind of a...
Well, I've asked, so.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay, 1 second, just... All right. I want to talk about Cibolo Valley Drive, water ponding, this shallow pooling. So I was asked and sent an email by Mr. Benson, and I've been asked, why is there ponding of water, areas not draining? What I want to emphasize is that the areas that you see are a handful, less than a handful of areas that you saw after yesterday's rain. These shallow pools or shimmers of water. Water evaporated from all of these areas within 24 hours. So what I have up here is pictures of every area yesterday at 2:30 p.m. that had any semblance of water. Next slide. So right here, Silver Wing. Next slide. You can tell how this isn't a pool of water, this is a shimmer of water. And then you have the intersection right there with Ernie Way. Next slide. Right here, this is where we have the mature heritage trees. We drew a circle around the curb right there. I've asked Brian to get Public Works to go out and fill in behind the curb. Don't know why there's such a depression, but there's water that's holding behind the curb. We don't want that, so we're going to fill that in so that when water's on the lawn, if it's not being absorbed, it's getting in the gutter, not staying behind the gutter, and that contributed to that spot right there. Next one. This is, of course, Bentwood Ranch at Cibolo Valley Drive. You can see very small areas of water. Next slide. This is by the Bentwood Ranch pool. Next slide. This is, and all of that was on the northbound. This is the southbound lane. This was the only area that we found water on the southbound lane. Okay, that was at 2:30 p.m. after the rain event that followed the all-night event. And then this is Deer Creek. Do want to point out all the ponding of water right there is on the existing Deer Creek Boulevard, and right where the new pavement joins the old pavement. This is attributed to the condition of the existing area. Now the next one. So 3 hours later, I went out and took pictures of those same locations. Next slide. No water. Next slide. No water. Next slide. You can see what was left there. Next slide. There's still water here along the Bentwood Ranch pool. Next slide. And this is on the southbound lane. You can tell that the water had evaporated. So I want to remind council that Cibolo Valley Drive was a curb-to-curb rehabilitation, including the sub-base and pavement. The contractor removed and replaced 1,817 linear feet of curb and gutter to correct water ponding issues. That's equal to 3 football fields. 3 football fields. So what you are not seeing is the significant repairs made to eliminate ponding along many stretches. The ponding you see is not a detriment to the structural integrity of the road. Asphalt during the construction is compressed to 95%, meaning there's 5% air voids in the 5 to 7 inches of asphalt. Water doesn't penetrate the new asphalt. What does happen, and as the pictures prove, is that evaporation removes that amount of water. I drove the road late today and all locations were dry. I do believe that the stretch along the Bentwood Amenity Center needs to be improved, and we have been evaluating that section before since the road was completed, and we'll be making a recommendation on removing and replacing the curb gutter and even the sidewalk, because to bring that area up will require us to change the sidewalk. So I wanted to bring this to your attention with visual aids to show to you for the $8.1 million that we spent with our contractor, with our consultants who tested all materials coming in, did density tests on the subbase, our public inspectors who tested all the asphalt coming in by our D&D contractor, which is a local Cibolo business. This is a quality road rehabilitation. To have replaced gutters and curb in the areas where you had shimmers of water would have been not a good use of public dollars. If anything, it's just an inconvenience to see the water. It's not a detriment to the road. Okay. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Benson.
So shimmers, I drive a 4x4.
Yes.
And at 8 o'clock in the morning when nothing else was wet except some of those areas you took pictures of.
Yes.
The water went over the top of my Tundra, okay? So that's not a shimmer. It might have been at 2:30. Here's the problem. The rest of the road is dry except the same exact areas that we knew were problematic before we started this project. You've pointed out very nicely at 2:30 in the afternoon that those are the exact same areas we all knew were problematic. So I'm just curious, still, with all that you just said,
yes,
how those are not fixed when we did go curb to curb and tear it all up, and we knew those places were a problem, and they're still a problem. The rest of Cibolo Valley Drive, up and down from my neighborhood all the way to City Hall, was dry. In the middle of the rain, was dry. Yeah. Except those areas that we knew about. Up by the Bentwood Pool, that giant tree that is nothing but a shower for anybody standing near Cibolo Valley Drive when you go by it. And I'm just curious, it seems to me that if you go back and look at the report that caused us to cut down 60 some odd trees, 70 trees, that the reality of it is in that executive summary was also stuff about drains specifically, and I recall them very well, up by the Bentwood Ranch pool. Did those drains get put in? When we had this discussion in the past, we're not real sure if those drains, they talked about running drains from the four-way stop at Bentwood all the way past the school. I don't remember seeing them go in, maybe they are, but we're still having lots of problems around the pool and down the way. And that other one that's there by the big trees, I'm not kidding you when I tell you I'd hit that at 35 miles an hour, probably shouldn't have, and it went over the top of my Tundra. So at 2:30 in the afternoon, there may not be much water, but when people are trying to get someplace at 8 o'clock in the morning, right? Mm-hmm. That's still a problem. And it bothers me, and it should bother most of us, that didn't get fixed because everywhere else on Cibolo Valley Drive is dry, except for those known problems that aren't. So the shimmers you discussed, yes, in the middle of a rainstorm, the rest of the road is dry, except where we know it's not dry in those same places. And so I'm just not sure that I buy everything you're saying right now.
Hey,
So
Ray, real quick, if you don't mind, if I interject. So back in the year 2020 is when we conceived of this project. Yeah. And so it was, I don't think you were on board quite yet, but Mr. Reed wasn't here back then either. And so the plan was with Cibolo Valley Drive was to leave the sidewalks as they are, leave the medians as they are, where the trees are and all that. We're going curb to curb. We're tearing out the road surface that existed then and putting in brand new road surface as you see today. So the project really wasn't conceived to make drainage better. I mean, if we do as a byproduct of this project, excellent. But it really wasn't within the scope of the project.
But the summary that the 700-page document that discussed the road had a 35-page executive summary and talked about drainage in these areas. And I know that we asked about it when it was being built, and we didn't really get great answers of whether or not drains were being installed in these areas. And I would think I would think that would have been worth more of a discussion. What we did do in the executive summary is chop 70 trees down and said that was the problem. Well, the trees are down, and on not very huge rain event, I still have water standing in the same exact places where they had identified drains needed to be. So that may be a different council's discussion, but I think it needs to at least be discussed that we have a problem because, yeah, it took 6 or 8 hours for the water to go away. Great. But it wasn't everywhere else on the road.
So council, when you put
Mayor.
curb and gutter, sorry, go ahead.
Just answer the question and
So council, when we install curb and gutter like we are on Hakerville Road, the road is intended to be detention until the stormwater system can take that water away. And so there is on Cibolo Valley Drive, long stretches with very little slope that during rain events like we had and more severe rain events, you will find water on the road until it can drain. If we wanted to spend another $2 million and install more stormwater inlets to get the water off the road, we could have done that, and that was not the plans. So we improved positive drainage by fixing curb and gutter, and I've already said that stretch from Bentwood Ranch to Deer Creek Boulevard is an area on the northbound lane that we are evaluating and is likely a section where we'll fix the curb and gutter. We'll have to fix the sidewalk where it's attached because we're going to have to raise that up a little bit, and we will fix that. But I wanted to observe that to make sure that I just don't go out there and do more work than I need to do, but that is the only area that I would recommend that you make additional improvements to.
Thank you, Councilman Hicks.
All I was going to add is there was discussion for some drainage in that particular area that you're talking about because there was talk of a French drain because, and Mr. Klein had mentioned that we need some type of drainage there. So there was discussion of that. I've been here for a while now.
Yeah.
And so I remember those discussions, but that part was talked about, kind of like what Mr. Benson was talking about. So I just want to add that.
This is my update on the road. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Randy?
My concern, obviously, the water's still ponding in the same areas. I've been here forever as well, as long as the road's been here, so. And now we've redone it, spent $8 million, we're still ponding in the same areas, pretty much. My concern is, did it evaporate or did it leach down?
Let me repeat, Mr. Roberts, that water is not leaching into the asphalt. That asphalt has been compressed to 95%, meaning
Correct.
there's 5% and 5 to 7 inches of asphalt of air. The
But-
water is not going into the asphalt. It is evaporating.
The gap in between the asphalt and the curb line.
I would tell you that's not what happened over the course of today. But the day yesterday was nice and sunny. That water evaporated. And again, we'd have to get more slope to stop that ponding of water in those areas where you saw shimmers. During the rain event, you're going to get lots of water where we have the lack of a slope that gets the water rapidly to the stormwater inlets. We're not the only city that has that situation. That is just a fact of water and gravity. But we are going to fix that area between Bentwood Ranch and Deer Creek Boulevard.
I just wanted to add real quick. Shortly after Cibolo Valley Drive was completed, we had rains for about 2 days, and I noticed I could not drive on the right side going northbound at all. I had to strictly drive on the left side, lane only. And then that's when I noticed, I wasn't in the conversation about how and when this road was going to get built. I noticed that there's no drainage openings for it to go, and I could only imagine with a 2-day rain. And I'm thinking about like one of those rain situations where even in Deer Creek, we have that low water crossing things. How many days are we going to be left to just use one lane as opposed to both? Because I know that's just going to cause some frustration. I was just thinking about that. Thank you for the clarity, whether or not it was discussed with the drainage. I would also like to see more information on these next 3 roads that are going to be begun this year, because I know that we discussed bidding and design.
Yes.
And if we could pay more attention to what that drainage is going to look like, that way we know what to anticipate in the future so it doesn't catch us off guard like this.
Are you talking about
Silverwing.
Dean, Bolton, and Lower Seguin? Is that what you mean?
Silverwing,
Yes.
Firebird, and Town Creek? Is
Yeah,
that the
so-
3?
And Dean, I believe we're starting in January, or no
That's Dean
definitive,
Road.
but Dean, Bolton, Lower
Yeah.
Seguin, and I guess also just ensuring Hickerville Road just as well.
So those 3 roads that I gave you an overview of where we're at are rural roadway designs with borrow ditches. So the road is not holding water. The road will shed the water to the borrow ditches. So you won't have what's happening on Cibolo Valley Drive. It has curb and gutter. Hickerville Road, north of the bridge, will have curb and gutter on both sides of the road. And I know Mr. Hicks has been out there quite a bit. How deep were those trenches for stormwater? Above your head? If you stood in the trench, it was above your head. We put significant stormwater inlets for the street at curb level, and the stormwater piping, some of them were about 3 feet in diameter, and as they approached the creek, 60 inches. And so that's what's going in over there. But you get a strong enough rain event, and even that stormwater system won't be able to, from the mouth of the inlets, which is the funnel, won't be able to handle a heavy rainstorm to the point that there's no ponding on the road. But that road is a brand-new road, so every linear foot is shot, a survey shot, and when they put that curb and gutter in, it is straight as an arrow. So that road is going to look pristine when we build it. Yeah. And the curb and gutters on Cibolo Valley Drive were that way. They were straight as an arrow when they got installed. Our expansive soils are a difficult component of managing streets in this region. And it's just not Cibolo, it's San Antonio and every other city.
Any other discussion on these roads? Hearing none, we'll move on to the tree planting.
Yes, the public safety design.
Oh, sorry. Missed that one.
We are on schedule for Econ to come in front of council in April for a preliminary design update. You're going to be able to give us feedback. They will be back in front of you in July with the design plans and a cost estimate that you can rely upon for your discussion around whether or not you want to put that item on the ballot for November. Brian will be doing a presentation tonight for a public information component about that project and the animal services facility, the new one, not the existing one. Design and bidding for Green Valley Road, Silver Wing, Firebird Lane, and Town Creek. Our current schedule has us bidding out Green Valley Road, Segment 1. That's Cibolo Valley Drive to Schertz city limits, and Silver Wing in early February, so about a month from now. Engineering design work by land engineers continues on the remaining roads scheduled for reconstruction later this year. So we're going to put out Green Valley Road Segment 1 and Silver Wing in a month. We'll have about 30 days for bids to come in. That would take us into March. And then over the month of April, evaluate. We should be in front of you first meeting in May to recommend award of a contract. Yeah. And so again, the more I have on the other roads, as far as the schedule, I'll update you at future council meetings. And I have all this written down. If you want, I'm just going to grab everything I said tonight, and you're going to get it in my OneNote format. And then former Mayor Sam Bowder, tree planting this Saturday, the 13th at 10 a.m. right out here in front of City Hall. The tree has already been put in the spot. Area will be prepped by the Public Works Department where the pecan tree was removed. It's already in. And I'll be working with Ms. Simics prior to the 10 a.m. start. That's it, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Reed. And I also encourage everyone from City Council, if you're available on Saturday, if you can, come on out at 10 a.m. to do the tree planting ceremony for Sam Bowder. His daughters will be there in attendance along with their spouses for this historic event. So please come if you can. Thank you. All right, moving on to, we're going to do a police department and fire updates, or we're good on those?
Just
Okay.
your reports are in there.
I'm sorry?
The reports are in the packet.
Okay, in the packet, okay.
I've got a question for
Go ahead,
9B.
go ahead, Joel.
I think everybody's aware that there was a shooting the very night of our last council meeting. It has on here deadly conduct. Is there any way that we could have in a parentheses or something what that was, whether it was shooting, whether it was, because I found it on page, I think it's 4. But where it says deadly conduct, and it has it down as Wednesday, but that actually happened the night, the one in Shady Meadow, where they had the drive-by while you were giving your presentation. Okay. My question is, can we put out next to that somewhere where it either says shooting, gun-related, knife-related? It just says deadly conduct. Because I was going through looking for that, and I had to narrow it down to where it just said Shady Meadow and understand that that was what that was.
When those come out, I mean, typically it's out of calls cut, but yeah, we would have to go in after, because when the call's cut, it came out as a deadly conduct call, and then after we clear the call, it takes on the call type, which would have been deadly conduct.
So this is a report that comes from,
Yeah, it comes from our system in CAD and the way it's coded, and then after we coded, it was coded as a deadly conduct with the offense.
Okay.
So shooting would be inside the narrative, but the actual offense is deadly conduct.
Right. What we get up here, okay.
Yes, sir.
That's all I was asking, is if that's possible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to jump on over to 13C. I believe we do have somebody in the audience waiting for this one. So 13C, discussion action on the preliminary plat of Steel Creek Unit 9. Ms. Huerta.
Yes, the Planning and Zoning Commission made a recommendation of denial due to outstanding review comments by a vote of 7-0. However, these review comments have been addressed and resolved since the printing of the packet. This is Steel Creek Unit 9, owners Continental Homes of Texas, represented by Pape Dawson Engineers. 25.172 acres located at the southwest of the intersection of Knights Crossing and Lance Crossing, Council District 7. It's proposed for 36 single-family residential lots and 2 open space lots. This is the proposed preliminary plat of Unit 9 of the Steel Creek subdivision, establishing 36 single-family residential lots and the 2 open space lots. Staff and the city engineer have reviewed the plat and associated documents. Per the review letter, all comments have been resolved. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the plat at this time.
And I've got no problem with that because of the preliminary. Whenever the regular plat comes before us, that's when we can go out there and view it. But I'll make a motion to approve it, since as long as everything in here has been addressed.
Yes.
I've got no problem approving it and moving forward, because it is a preliminary, it's not a final.
Okay.
Correct.
So I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
So I got a motion and a second. We got our electronic stuff up. Let's see. Time to vote. You got to hit topics here. Go back to your presentation.
You got it?
Okay, there you go.
Okay, everyone's in.
Okay, everybody good? All right, thank you very much. All right, we're gonna jump around again to 12H. Approval, disapproval of an ordinance of the city of Cibolo granting a variance request to UDC section 18.17.a to waive requirements for sidewalks for certain real property located at 508 North Main Street, legally described as Lot 2, North Side Addition, .32 AC. Ms. Huerta. 12H. 12H. Did I say C? Okay.
Okay, the applicant property is located in the Old Town Mixed Use Overlay District. It's directly surrounded by property zoned C2, SF6. SF District is across the Main Street. There are sidewalks on this side of Main Street. Currently, there are no sidewalks on the applicant property side of Main Street. There's also a drainage easement that runs along the applicant's side that would make sidewalk installation difficult. The applicant is requesting to waive the requirement to install sidewalks. They've been notified of the option to contribute to city escrow that would allow the city to install sidewalks at a later date. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the variance by a 6-1 vote at the November 15th meeting. Public notice was published within the local paper in October 22nd and the city website. Individual letters were sent by mail to property owners within 200 feet of the site. To date, staff has received 0 in favor and 0 in opposition. Public hearings were scheduled November 15th with the Planning and Zoning Commission and December 12th with City Council. Approval or disapproval is scheduled for today's City Council meeting. The council has 3 options: to approve the requested petition, to approve it with conditions, or to deny the petition with findings. And the applicant is in the audience if you have any questions, and staff is also available.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Does anybody on council have any questions about this item or wish to discuss? Councilman Hicks.
I've gone out and visited Mr. Patrick's business, and I've sat there and talked to him with Councilman Benson, and we've walked it. There's only one property along that side that has a sidewalk, and I think that sidewalk is actually on the person's property, not even in an easement of the city's. And that's 2 houses south of his house. It's on the other side of Ron Henry's property, and they've got a sidewalk. It's the one, it's the property that's got the 2 palm trees in it.
That sidewalk runs into a fence, by the
No,
way.
let me finish.
Oh, yeah.
I'm here for you. I'm just wanting to bring that up. It's basically a sidewalk up front that goes to nowhere. It goes one to the fence on the corner of Schlother, the property on the corner of Schlother and Main Street, and the other's Ron Henry's property. And that's all it is. I don't know why it's there. I don't know who installed it or when it was installed. I've been here a long time and it's always been there. So I have no problem approving this variance or this petition because of the fact that I know that there's no way any of those properties are going to have the ability to put a sidewalk in unless they're putting it in on their property. And that's just not right. I mean, I'm sure you wouldn't want two sidewalks on your, or sidewalk on your property. Well, you're a perfect example, Mayor. You live in a cul-de-sac. Would you want a sidewalk that goes right there in front of your house, going up to the end of the cul-de-sac? You're the end. You wouldn't want a sidewalk there. So I'm just saying that there's really no purpose, and I'd like for us to look at our UDC once again, go to our UDC and have the Old Town overlay have its own UDC, because right now, if we're trying to stuff everybody else's and the rest of the city into what we've got downtown, it just doesn't work. It's like putting a square peg into a round hole. It just don't work. So I'm in favor of this, and that's all I've got. Thank you.
Yeah, I completely agree, and it's just too tough. It's kind of a patchwork down there of who's got a sidewalk, who doesn't, and I think that there needs to be a holistic solution someday, but I don't think that solution needs to come from the property owners, but more so come from the city. And I think that that's a good opportunity to go after for grants, sidewalk grants, and something that the city should take over and make it as to where people can park downtown in the public parking lot and then hop on the sidewalk and go to these businesses. I think that would be the best approach than to try to jam 7 cars into a front lawn or something silly like that. So anyway, that's just my opinion, but you made a motion. Do we have a second?
I make a motion to approve the variance.
If I may, I just wanted to point out, just because it might be a little different than council is used to, the ordinance that is in your packet is mirrored off the one for a previous property that you had at 504 File Road. And so it's not a complete waiver of the requirement. What it is establishing is that 10-year period.
Correct. I
of
think
it.
tonight I plan on bringing up another agenda item to bring that back and revote on that and waive that variance completely because of what the mayor's discussed and we've been discussing up here, that this is not an effective way to use our UDC to bludgeon business owners with sidewalks in easements that are a drainage ditch or whatever. This needs to be a better approach by the city and not, hey, you're going to turn your C2 property into business. In order to get a C of O, you have to run sidewalks from here to here, and then nobody else in the block is going to have sidewalks. It's really, frankly, a waste of concrete and time and effort and money, and it makes no sense. So that's on the agenda to discuss later. So I appreciate what you're saying, but I think I will address that. I'd like to make a motion to pass this variance or to approve the variance.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second up on our screens. What do we see? All right. Oh, looks like we got 7-0. Thank you very much, DG and Joel. All right, we're gonna go back to, let's see, where was it? I think it was, yeah, the executive session. Let me try to find where this is. No. Is it 9C? Oh, here it is. I lost the page. Okay, sorry. Here we are. All right, 10, executive session. The City Council will meet in executive session as authorized by the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney matters to discuss the following. A, status of the negotiations of the GVSUD versus City of Cibolo litigation. B, interpretation of Chapter 42 of the Texas Local Government Code. B, update on Superior Ready Mix of Texas LLC versus City of Cibolo lawsuit. And D, City Attorney Legal Services. The time is now 8:19 p.m. on the 9th of January, 2024. We're going into executive session starting now. Thank you.
Hey, sit down for a second. It has nothing to do about that. decided this year, I'm not gonna, I decided this year, I'm gonna stop taking shit.
And I knew it was coming because I saw him when you were doing your presentation and communicating with this one over here.
Yep, I'm just done. I think you know how to run them.
Okay, the time is now 9:12 p.m. on Tuesday, January 9th. We are resuming from executive session. Do I hear a motion on agenda?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to pass a resolution of the City Council of the City of Cibolo, Texas, appointing Hyde Kelly LLP to provide legal services to city attorney, designating a city attorney and assistant city attorneys, providing for repeal, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Second that.
Okay, I got a motion and a second, and Joel. And so Peggy informed me that this one is not loaded into the new software, so we're going to do the old-fashioned vote. This time we'll start with Councilman Hicks.
Aye.
Ayes have it, 7-0.
Mayor and council. Mayor, at this time, I just want to thank the city for the opportunity for having served the city for the last 5.5 years. I will work closely with the staff for the transition over the next 30 days as called for in the contract. I will work closely with Mr. Hyde to make sure that he's provided a list of outstanding items that need to be accomplished and so forth. I also, again, want to thank the city staff, especially Peggy and Mr. Reed, for their assistance in, over the last 5.5 years. It's been a pleasure working for you, and I look forward working with you again if there's ever a need or a special cause that you need assistance. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Frank. Really appreciate your legal services, Mr. Garza.
Thank you for those kind words, sir. Thank you.
Please.
Mayor, Council, I just want to thank you for your motion and your votes of confidence, and we take that seriously at my law firm, and I do. And I also want to thank Frank. You wouldn't have thought it, but I actually did contract litigation work for Frank when he was the city attorney in San Antonio. So that's like 20 years ago. I've known the man, and we've been colleagues, and I've got some big shoes to fill, and I intend to do it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. All right, item number 11, open session, reconvene into regular session and take or give direction. We just did that. All right, moving on to 12A, approval, disapproval on authorizing the issuance of City of Cibolo, Texas combination tax and limited pledge revenue certificates of obligation, Series 2024, providing for the payment thereof by the levy of an ad valorem tax, and further secured by a lien on the pledge of the pledged revenues of the system in the amount not to exceed $9 million and other matters in connection therewith. Ana Miranda.
And I'm actually going to turn this over to our financial advisor, Victor Quiroga. And today was a bond sale, and he will present the results of the bids that we received today. And bond counsel is also present tonight to answer any questions on the ordinance, if you have any.
Okay. Hello. Welcome.
Thank you. Honorable. Yes, I did. How was yours? Good, good. Honorable Mayor, members of council, Mr. Reed, thank you for having me here this evening. For the record, my name is Victor Quiroga with Specialized Public Finance. We have the honor of representing the city as your financial advisors. We're here to present some good news to you tonight regarding the sale of certificates obligation. And I know you have a handout. I'm not sure if it's on the screen, but just the handout. Okay. Great.
So you got it under the 1% that we asked.
Oh, I wish, I wish. Yep. Yes. Great.
I mean, it was worth a shot, right?
Yes. It was better than what we thought, so that was good. Yes. Oh, there we go. Great. Yes. It's an improvement. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Those were the days. So it's good to see everybody again. Last time I was here was November 14th. At that time, we presented to you a financing plan for the us moving forward on the issuance of $9 million in certificates of obligation to fund some of your capital improvement projects. At that time, we discussed moving forward on this financing for $9 million through the issuance of certificates of obligation. We'd be using a competitive sale method, which is what we did. We locked in the interest rate this morning. And it's for your consideration this evening. Upon your consideration, that'll set up a closing date of February 7th. With respect to the bid tabulations here on slide number 2, I was really excited about 2 things. The first thing is we did get a quality interest rate below our budget. The interest rate came in at a 3.3% interest rate. This is a fixed interest rate over a 20-year period. So it's fixed unless we decide in the future to refinance it or pay these bonds off early. The other thing that excited me was the fact that we received 12 bids. Last year, our firm and our clients, when we were doing these competitive bids, on average, we would get about 6 to 8 bids. So this is a wonderful indicator that bond investors throughout the country are very interested in investing in City of Cibolo bonds because you all are a highly rated city with a strong credit rating. The winning bid came in from BOK Financial Securities. They're an Oklahoma bank, but they have an office in Dallas, and their bond department's in Dallas, and that's where the bid came in from. The bonds, upon your approval today, will be delivered to your project account on February 7th. Again, this is a competitive sale. We opened bids this morning at 10 a.m. and we're fortunate enough to receive 12 bids. The numbers get pretty small in this slide here, slide number 3. This is the tax impact model. This is a running model that we have. This is showing that over the next 5 years, what the borrowing capacity is of the city using your interest and sinking fund tax rate or property taxes to support your projects. 2 main things here is that including today's $9 million issuance, we have about $37.57 million that we could potentially have access to over the next 5 years without having to increase your interest and sinking fund tax rate at 17.9 cents per $100 valuation. It's going to change each year as your property values. If the property values grow than what we're projecting here, then you might have some more borrowing capacity for your projects in the future without increasing the tax rate. Here I highlighted the 2 main points I wanted to provide you in this term sheet. This is just a summary of the transaction that you're considering approval today. Number 1 is that the interest rate, once we recalculated, the actual final interest rate is going to be 3.27% on this financing. The other very good news that we wanted to relay to you is that whenever we issue bonds and prepare the offering documents, we have to visit with Standard & Poor's rating agency. It's an independent rating body that rates us and provides a rating for interested bond investors. Currently, our rating is AA, but it was upgraded, or the outlook was upgraded to positive. So that's very good news. It's very hard to move the ratings up. And so the fact that they changed this to a positive outlook, what that means is that there's a strong likelihood that if you continue with your prudent planning, with your conservative budgeting, with your long-term planning that the city has been doing a wonderful job in, there's a strong chance that we'll get an upgrade. Hopefully next time around, but it's hard to tell. But it's a good sign that they provide us a positive outlook. That means things are looking really good here at the city of Cibolo moving forward with your financials. These were the steps that we're taking. The city met all the legal requirements you have to do for a certificate of obligation. You published it in the paper. Today we're considering the authorization of the COs and award them to BOK Financial Securities. So the final page on this presentation is just for consideration here for you. If you have any questions for us, we'll be happy to answer those. I can answer any financial, bond attorneys can answer any legal questions. But as your financial advisors, we recommend that you award the certificates of obligations to the winning bidder, BOK Financial Securities. As I indicated earlier, upon your approval this evening, the bond attorneys will take the documents to the Texas Attorney General's office for their final approval. We don't expect any hiccups there, and we anticipate closing and providing these bond proceeds to you via electronic wire on February 7th.
I'll make a motion to approve on the authorization of issuance of the City of Cibolo, Texas Combination Tax and Limited Pledge Revenue Certificates of Obligation, Series 2024, providing for the payment thereof by the levy of an ad valorem tax, and further secured by a lien on the pledge and pledged revenues of the system in an amount not to exceed $9 million, and other matters in connection therewithin.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second, and Peggy's loading up the voting.
Who got it?
Go ahead and vote. All right, we are 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity again
It
to
showed you
continue to
green.
work with y'all. Congratulations on another
Okay.
successful sale. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll keep trying next year. Thank you very much. I take that back on the record.
Thank you, Victor. All right, moving on to 12B, approval, disapproval regarding an ordinance amending Article 13, use tables, Section 13.1, residential uses of the city's Unified Development Code, UDC, to remove the allowance of a conditional use permit cup for a manufactured home from the SF2 single-family residential zoning district. Ms. Lee, and Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens is recusing herself from this one, so if you just go down to the audience for this.
Yes, absolutely. And
Okay.
Mr. Garza, I was wondering, is B the same as G?
Yes, so I was going to mention that I apparently really wanted to make sure this got in front of you, so this item is on the agenda as 12B and 12G.
Great,
I
so
did
I'll-
not catch that when the agenda went out, but it'll just be 12B, I believe.
Okay, should I recuse myself twice, or will y'all deal with it both? Great, excellent, thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, you can go to the break room, whatever you want. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. So,
Yes, so before you is an ordinance amending Article 13. Council will remember you directed staff to look at bringing this amendment to you, where it would move the allowance of a CUP, a conditional use permit, that would currently allow a manufactured home within the SF2 single-family residential zoning district. With our current table of Section 13.1, a manufactured home is permitted by right in MH1 and MH2. Those are manufactured home districts, but they do require a CUP in SF1, SF2, and agricultural residential zoning districts. So this ordinance would not affect SF1 or ag zoning districts, but would remove a CUP. So in effect, it is not allowed either by right or with the CUP in SF2 districts. Public notice was published in the local newspaper on October 22nd. Letters were sent to just over almost 1,100 properties. We did receive 38 letters in support and 37 letters in opposition out of those. Public hearings were held on November 15th at Planning and Zoning Commission, and then at City Council on December 12th. At its December 13th regular meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission did vote 6-1 to recommend to council approval of this ordinance as presented.
do we have any discussion on this item?
I make a motion to approve item 12B.
Second that.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. We'll go up to the voting. And then could you hit abstain for Norma's? Okay, thank you. Yep, we're good.
Thank you, council.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to 12C, approval, disapproval of an ordinance of the City of Cibolo to extend the term for CPS franchise agreement and consideration of additional 1% franchise fee. Mr. Reed.
Mayor, council, yes, I no longer have to bow down to that. Tonight, before you is the third amendment to the CPS franchise agreement, which is to provide electric and gas services to a very limited area of the city. It extends north of Old Wiederstein, the Lantana residential subdivision, the Cibolo Crossing shopping center,
the future multifamily. We know Kitty Academy is out there. That's the area. Everything else is in the GVEC territory. So this third amendment extends the term for another 10 years. That's the way it is written.
That's where I got a problem.
If you also want to consider and add another 1 cent fee to the street rental, or not to the street rental fee, but as a franchise fee, you would have to include that in your motion for approval. I sent an email out earlier today because I wanted to clarify what this fee is. And so Miss Nancy Tabar, who is in the back, and she is more than happy to come up and answer any technical questions you may have. But she and I worked very closely on this with our attorney and their attorney on the agreement. This FAQ, which I emailed out, explains what is the purpose of the agreement, what happens if we choose not to execute the agreement, can we negotiate the 4.5% base fee payment amount, and so on. I don't mean to read all of those. I'm not going to give you a long presentation. A franchise agreement allows CPS to do business in our rights of way. Without a franchise agreement, they do not have the right to continue to provide electric service inside the city, and to the degree that they may provide gas, to provide gas. So it's an essential agreement between the city and a utility provider.
Okay. And so, just for the rest of council, to compare and contrast CPS versus GVEC. The majority of Cibolo is GVEC, and we do have an agreement with that power company to cover us whenever the streetlights go out. And so they'll come and replace the bulbs, and that's their service to us. But for CPS, that service is one that we're invoiced for. And so this 1% would help with offset that cost that we take on as a city to replace the bulbs and do the maintenance and things like that in Lantana neighborhood as well as Cibolo Crossing.
Mayor, if I may, so GVEC pays for all streetlights that are in its territory that are in our city limits. With CPS, which is a very traditional relationship, it's one that I'm used to. The electric company sends us a bill each month for the streetlights, and we pay that bill.
My issue is we always go with these long, extended contracts. And who ends up getting the worst end of it is us. And so that's where I've got an issue. Whenever I saw that and it said 10 years, I was like, man, it's a long time. And you know that because of our waste, provider, solid waste provider, 10-year contract. And it just seems to me that's just a lot of years. And even they came back after 3 or 4 times in that 10-year period to raise our waste. Can y'all tell me that, in this 10 years, you're not going to come back next year and raise it another percent, another percent, another percent? I just have a problem whenever it's 10 years and it's a long extended like that. It causes problems because inflation, and then you're going to come back in 2 years and say, well, we need to raise it 2.2%. We need to raise it 1.5%. That's my big holdup, Mayor and Council, is we've seen it time and time again where we have these long extended contracts, and then the provider comes back and gouges us every couple of years.
Well, hey, real quick before you answer that, I did want to mention, we do have that long-term contract with the company you were mentioning. I'm not going to use their name right now, but the former owner was murdered, and after we took on them. I guess we were the client, right? And so I know that they've come several times, asking to increase that contract, but we're the ones who have the bargaining chips because we could tell them no. We have a contract, you're going to honor it. You know what I mean? So that actually puts us in a better position because we don't have to renegotiate if we don't want to. So go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address your questions. As mentioned by Mr. Reed, the FAQs in regards to your question, Mr. Hicks, and hello, nice to see you. Why the change for the 20-year to the 10-year agreement? It's to provide a consistent fair price amongst our other municipalities. But I just want to just reconfirm that CPS Energy is giving back to the city of Cibolo for the rental, for the easements. So it's actually a contractual agreement. I'm kind of confused as to where you mentioned about a rate increase. There isn't a rate increase. The city has every right to take part in the 1%. That is us giving back the 1% in regards to the revenues collected.
We're not paying CPS anything. This is an agreement, franchise agreement, where CPS is serving in our city and they give it back to us.
Give us 1%
That is
more
correct.
than they used to.
Yes.
It's the rental.
So for,
Currently, it's a 4.5.
and it will be going to 5.5?
If the council is
If we
approved
pass, it will
for that
increase by 1%,
1%.
so they'll pay us an additional 1%.
You would
So,
correct.
10-year contracts are really good. Longer-term contracts with something like this is actually beneficial to the city, because if rates drop and they want to cut it back, then they have to come back to us and the ball's in our court. If it goes up, we can approach them and ask for an increase.
That's
But
correct.
a long-term contract for this type of thing, where we're not paying them, we're receiving the money, it's more beneficial for the city.
And we went from a
Not many
20
are.
to a 10.
And Mayor and Council, I just need to clarify, the current 4.5% comes out of the CPS bill to our clients. So for every dollar, they give us back 4.5 pennies. The 1% would not come out of that revenue, it would be on top. So if they charge $1, we get 1 penny, and the customer will see city of, I don't know how it'll look, but it'll not be attributed to CPS's rates for the electricity use. It'll be an additional 1%. I sent that in an email, but I don't expect all of you to be looking at email, and I need you to be aware of that before you make a decision on the 1%. Yes, sir.
That's a perfect segue into what I'd like to say that's germane to this agenda item. We really have got to stop sending stuff out the day of the meeting, a 12-page FAQ. I need to have that well before 2 o'clock on the afternoon of a meeting. I mean, it's not right.
Mr. Benson,
it's just
I
not
hear
right.
you.
And so if it's not right, I mean, if that's when it has to come out and that's when the rest of the information shows up, then we just need to table the item and move it to the next time, because you're asking me to digest 800 pages as it is, and oh, by the way, at 2 in the afternoon, here's another 12 pages for you to deal with. And you just said it beautifully. You may not have seen the email where I clarify what's going on here tonight. I mean, it just needs to stop, because it's irresponsible to stick us in a position to vote on stuff where I'm still getting information at 2 in the afternoon.
Mr. Benson, with that said, Ms. Tabor sent that FAQ to me, and I forwarded it on to you. So she thought out of a courtesy, a FAQ sheet would be helpful to you.
Well, I understand that, but I'm saying that, right, I mean, we're putting this agenda item together. Like, we need to coordinate all the agenda items better, so that those kinds of things are happening in real time, so that when Peggy sends out the agenda, that 12-page FAQ, hey, is there anything else you need to add to this agenda item to make this more explainable? It's obvious you didn't create that this afternoon, right?
No, we went through our legal team. We got it set as of last week, and then we submitted it, and the questions were reviewed for approval, and the FAQs went out today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then my explanation about the 1%, I include that in email so that if you read the email, it was before I made my presentation.
Okay, and it's well within your right to postpone it or to table it if you need more time for the 12.
I understand. That just shoves the vote down the, further.
Yeah, it's 1%. I mean, we know what we're doing.
In this
Okay.
case, but it just gives us an opportunity to refocus on the fact that we have to have all the information to make decisions, or at least whatever we can possibly do.
Sure. Okay. So with that said, are there any other questions for CPS?
I have a question real quick. Is 1% the standard? I noticed in 2003, we were at 3%, and we went up about almost 10 years later to about 4%. Then we had an amendment that increased it slightly by half. And I was just wondering if there was a trend here. Is that 1% a standard every 10 years?
No.
How did that 1%, how is it derived?
Ms. Sanchez, I don't have the answer to that question, but I can get that to you in an email tomorrow. I just want to make sure that I run that by our legal team as far as releasing that information. But as of right now, the item number 3, the 4.5 is a base street rental amongst every municipality unless they opt in for the 1%.
Is that a 1% that CPS offers to the city, or the city negotiates with CPS?
So just the 1%.
Right.
There's a negotiation for
If
that.
I may add, the legislation a few years ago allowed cities to request that 1%. That 1% is not really from the CPS revenues. It's an additional 1% that citizens pay that go directly back to the city. And that's why it was mentioning that the 4.5 says CPS franchise. The 1% basically will say City of Cibolo service fee or whatever. It specifically makes it clear that 1%. So I actually have had some cities reject the 1% because they don't want their citizens to pay that 1% coming back to the city. I have other cities who have approved the 1%. So that's why it is totally amongst the council's decision whether to add that 1% or not. That is not mandated. The 4.5% is the typical franchise fee that all cities pay, that cities receive from CPS for allowing the use of the streets. But that 1%, that is totally discretionary amongst yourselves.
Yeah, and I remember reading your email, saying that some cities elected to do it, some didn't. It was kind of half and half. I mean, I'm not sure what the ratio was, but.
And I did list it here also too on number item. It did list the current municipalities that are taking part of that 1% franchise fees. That's number 4. That is Universal City, Helotes, Elmendorf, Olmos Park, and Castroville.
Thank you much.
Well, I will say that, with where we're at in today's society with inflation, as a council, we don't have to take the 1%, and it'll just stay at 4.5%. That's where I'm at. But, with inflation and people already struggling, add another 1% on top of what it is, they're having to pay, especially electric bills. And most houses around here, I'm lucky, I've got gas and electric, but there are a lot of homes that are full electric. That's all they are.
Okay, well, if we decline this is a 10-year agreement, so it's something that we're kind of locked in, but, for 10 years without that, considering costs do go up over these next 10 years, so. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to approve 12C as written.
Okay. Okay, I got a motion and a second. Looks like Peggy's working on the voting. Bless you.
Oh, do I need to specify?
No, you said as written, and written includes the 1%.
Okay.
Ayes have it, 4-3. Wait, actually, they all went green. All right, never mind. Yeas have it.
Thank you.
That's.
So now we're in like the 2020.
I voted no.
Yeah, it was 4-3.
Election where things are flipping votes. I did not say yes.
I did not say yay.
It was 4-3 on his screen.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. So
Okay.
So it's 4-3.
See, she's doing it.
So for the record, I can have her run it back so you can show it.
Nay.
Yeah. If you would, just make sure the record's reflected with the accurate votes. Thank you.
Benson, nay. Hetzel, nay. Gates, nay.
I made the motion. Randy Roberts, second.
Yep. Okay, motion passes 4-3. Thank you. All right, moving on to 12D, approval, disapproval of an ordinance of the city of Cibolo, providing for the First Amendment of the budget of the fiscal year 2023-2024. Anna Miranda.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the first budget amendment for fiscal year '24. The first budget amendment typically includes funding for rollover of purchase orders not completed in the prior year. These are labeled A throughout the schedules in Exhibit A. This typically also increases estimated beginning fund balance. You'll notice that the beginning estimated balance is typically larger in the amended column. And that's because of the positive variances due to the unspent funds in the prior fiscal year. There are other categories as well of one-time funds that were unspent in the prior year and being requested to be rolled forward to fiscal year '24, or expenditures being reallocated from one fund to another. So that's also the rollover of funding for improvements of leased facility not completed in fiscal year '23, rollover of capital funding for purchases that were delayed until fiscal year '24, reallocating funds for replacement of City Hall furniture as we discussed earlier in the agenda, recognition of a grant award as well and related expenditures, and rollover of economic development incentive that was not completed in FY '23. If council has any questions on a particular fund, I'd be happy to go over the funds in more detail. If we want to go over all of them, or if you just have a question on one of them, I'll be happy to answer those questions.
Any questions on this item, council? Okay, if not, do we have a motion?
I do have a couple of questions, if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Miranda. On page 4 of 9, I was just curious on the little abbreviations here on 81,852. It says D. Is that supposed to be E? Since it
Yes,
says-
that is supposed to be
Okay,
E.
and then flip
Apologies for
side-
that, sir.
Okay, and with salaries and benefits, the D reflects reallocate funds for City Hall furniture, but it says salaries and benefits.
Right, so we're adding 110,000 in salaries and benefits in
Oh, that's
ARPA
right.
funds and then reducing
That's right.
the cost for furniture.
And can you also just explain to me a little bit on page 5 of 9? Every other page was self-explanatory based on the rollovers and so forth, but that particular page, I couldn't really consolidate the figures very well under fiscal year '24 current budget 91,137, and then the amendment 99,444 with the rollover moving forward. I didn't understand.
Yes, ma'am. The fiscal year '23 included a purchase order for equipment, the AV equipment actually in council chambers. So that equipment wasn't put in until fiscal year '24, so we rolled over 351,000. In the middle column, we're rolling that expenditure into fiscal year '24. And so it increases the beginning balance, where the beginning balance was estimated to be 61,000 after spending the money. Now the beginning balance is 420,000 because we haven't spent the money yet, and will be projected to be 99,000 at the end of the year.
Okay. Thank you for the clarity. Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask one more question?
Yes.
I thought that was the last dog ear. Sorry.
That's okay.
Page 9 of 9, HEB incentive agreement. Can you clarify to what that is one more time, please?
Yes, with HEB coming, there was an economic development incentive agreement for both the store and the EFC. The EFC is now nearing completion. Originally, there wasn't a firm date on when that would be completed, so 450,000 was budgeted in FY '23 but not spent. When that EFC section of HEB is completed, the incentive will be paid out in FY '24.
And just for the sake of our audience, can you define what EFC is?
Electronic Fulfillment Center.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah. Where the robots load your groceries. All right, back on track. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve 12D.
Second.
The ayes have it, 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
I have the next item also.
All right, next up is 12E, approval, disapproval of an ordinance of the City of Cibolo repealing and replacing Ordinance 1256, purchasing policy and procedures of the City of Cibolo. Anna Miranda.
Council did hear this item on November 14th. We presented the purchasing policy to City Council. And at that time, City Council directed staff to revise the procedures manual to include more stringent P-card procedures and potential disciplinary action. As directed by City Council, the procedures manual was amended to reflect additional examples of misuse of the P-card and the disciplinary action based on the number of infractions. On pages 17 and 18 of the procedures manual, you can see the red line version in your agenda packet to show that personal misuse includes purchases made for the sole benefit of an employee, purchases made which are not authorized by the employee's department, use of the card by a suspended or terminated employee, assignment, transfer, or loaning of a card to another person or employee. Administrative misuse includes lack of proper and timely reconciliation of an individual cardholder's account, failure to submit or approve reconciliation report and related documents by the 15th day following the statement cycle, repeated lost or misplaced receipts, failure to properly safeguard the card, use of the card in violation of policy, such as splitting transactions to circumvent the single transaction limit or multiple transactions to circumvent the bidding process. And the discipline related to that would include a first offense. Let me get these in the right order. A first offense would be a warning sent to the cardholder, supervisor, and department head. A second offense would be a suspension for a minimum of 30 days with notice sent to the cardholder, supervisor, and department head. The cardholder must repeat the purchasing training and sign a new cardholder agreement to receive a replacement card. And a third offense would be to suspend the card permanently.
Councilman Benson.
Yeah, I'm still having trouble here. So if we've defined that they've personally or administratively misused it under 3A, I don't think may is the right word. If somebody's administratively misused this card, the card holder shall be required to reimburse the city for purchases, not may. I mean, I don't even understand. This almost reads the same way it did to me before.
It sounds like it.
It's odd to me that somebody would be caught misusing the card and they may have to repay it. No, they shall repay it. They will have to repay it. I'm not real excited about first and second offenses, but, you know, third was, or fourth, when it looks like it's now been deleted, or I'm not sure. But if you go to the top of the one that you gave me at the beginning of the packet that said it was a list of changes. There's some other verbiage. There's lots of mays where Councilman Benson thinks those should be shoulds or shalls or required. So yeah.
There may be some situations where we wanted to provide some flexibility. So if the infraction is a misplaced receipt and the receipt can't be found, but we know that the item was purchased, we have that in hand, and it is an allowable purchase, it's a misplaced receipt. So in that case, we would not require the item to be reimbursed to the city, but it would still be an offense that would provide a warning to keep better track of receipts.
Councilwoman Cunningham. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and mine was along the same lines. The way that I interpreted that was she mentioned that if you're splitting a purchase, you can't go over $3,000 without having to put it out for a bid. And this item is $3,500, or these items I want to buy add up to $3,500. I'm going to split that in half and do 2 purchases. You aren't allowed to do that. But if the city has them, we have the receipt. Why would I make you pay for it? You violated the process. The city still has the items. It's not like I'm using it to go buy myself a vacation.
Why would we say that, you know, maybe that ought to be the backstop for violating the process of using your card twice to buy something that they know they shouldn't be, right? I mean, I think
without coming to council,
I mean,
basically.
I think
Yeah.
we're right back to my issue with this is that if you don't hold people accountable, then you get these games, right? And so if the game is that you shouldn't do that, then make people understand that if you do that, that $3,000 is on you. They
They
won't
get the
do it.
item too, and then the city's out the item. Like what?
Look,
like it's a. I get what you're saying, because if we're gonna have a regulation,
if you
we're
have a
gonna
policy
have,
and you're not going to enforce it,
we
and you're going to
need-
allow people to go around it,
Exactly.
and then you're not going to punish them and say, well, we got the item, it's okay, then why have the policy? I go back to that, then maybe there shouldn't be a policy. Maybe we should up the limit. Maybe we should change what they can buy. I mean, if you're going around the policy, then look at the policy. Don't let people go around stuff and then say, well, here's how we'll fix that. You may lose your privileges, right?
Well, then maybe let's add this to the list for the new attorney to look at. We need to have something in place.
I agree. I'm just looking at mays and could be's, and I mean, we got third offense, and then consequences of fraud. Let me get to number 4. Where did it say? Violations may result in disciplinary action, including termination. Well, of course, right? I mean, if you're committing fraud, so I don't know. I just feel like if you are putting maze in where people are going around your system, then let's look at the system. Let's not create a situation where everybody in the room knows that what you do if you have something that's over the limit, you just buy half today and half tomorrow, right? I mean, that's defeating the whole purpose of whatever the reason that for the dollar value in the system is in place. So let's look at that rather than allowing these administrative misuses to just be sort of waved off as well. It's administrative misuse.
If Cibolo could prevent every single instance of possible P card fraud, use, and abuse, every single municipality, every single entity with a P card would use this as a case study.
I'm not saying
So,
I'm saying, but if you're going to have teeth in what you're doing, then the teeth have to bite. They cannot be. All I'm saying is, Ms. Cunningham, is if this doesn't make sense because you can get around this by going around another policy, then let's look at that policy and find out should that policy exist. Not, hey, you might violate this and we understand why you might.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, Mr. Reed, or did you need to talk right now,
Well,
Councilman Nix?
mine is on the May. I'm kind of with him on it. I mean, we need to, instead of having some type of finessing of it, because you're using all the stuff I had written down on what I wanted to say. May, we need something that has some teeth, because I'm with him and I understand, because what if, says Mr. Huggins needs something and he uses it $2,500 on his card, and he talks Mr. Or the chief into his for the other $1,500. We've got to fix the problem, but for us to do a policy and then have people figure loopholes, I mean, we're going back to national government right now. Figuring out loopholes to get around stuff.
I guess I'm not understanding what the loopholes are. The may be required to reimburse is for instances where there's not fraud in the purchase. So in those cases, both of those individuals, Mr. Huggins and Mr. Anders, I think is who you were saying, would have a first offense and get a warning, and Mr. Reed would be notified of that warning as well, and if it occurred again, they would lose their P card for 30 days. Depending on what the offense was, they may be required to reimburse the city.
Even that is a slap on the wrist, okay, well, you only get to use it for 30 days. Okay, well, we've got to have some teeth in this to let people know that we're not going to tolerate, because I have this written down also.
Policy.
This isn't monopoly money. This is our taxpayers' money.
And it's
okay?
not just P cards that should have, policy implications. If there's failure to follow the policy, there are implications throughout
Mr.
the
Reed?
policy, not just P cards.
I'm sorry, Mr. Reed.
I just want to make sure the record reflects. If an employee misuses a card and makes a purchase for something that is not city business, that is fraud and they will be fired. I don't need a policy to fire somebody that has done an illegal act. I don't want this council to think that a policy
is a guidebook by which a director or the city manager must follow. Steps 1, 2, 3, 4. You do an illegal action, you will be fired. Okay, the policy is for hardworking, honest employees. Mr. Hicks, you worked for local government before. Mr. Mahoney, Mr. Roberts. If you do one of the actions that Miss Anna Miranda mentioned, you misplace a receipt, you're an honest, hardworking employee and you misplaced a receipt, this policy is to work with those employees to bring them back into compliance. I just want the record to reflect that. So that's why if you go so hard to say shall, then you are going to literally make this a policy in which it has unintended consequences. So for the record, I will fire anybody who buys something that's illegal and not city business. That's
Okay,
what I want the record to reflect.
Let me ask you a real quick question about that.
Yeah.
Then. Number 2, repeated lost or misplaced receipts. Is there a consensus on what repeated is? So here's where you can also get in trouble, right? To you, repeated is 2. To somebody else, it's 4. To somebody else, it's 1, right? So, I mean, I think this is all I'm trying to say is that I understand these things need to be used. I'm not against what I'm just saying that, but repeated is really kind of open to whoever the person in charge of that person is, right? And so when you find yourself in court because somebody got fired for the second offense and somebody else in the city's done 6, it's problematic.
Well,
So,
that's hopefully where the staff is consulting with the attorney to basically state, okay, in this instance you use 3 as repeated, and this time you're using 6. No, you can't do that. It has to be consistent.
and from the council, I'd like to have some idea what repeated is so that we don't run into 3 is okay, and then you find yourself in court because 6 was okay over here and 3 wasn't. It's too late now. The cat's out of the bag. So there ought to be something reasonable.
Council, if you pass the policy, as staff, we will administer that policy and clarify things that you're bringing up. If you want more clarity around that, allow me to have an administrative memo to the department heads that define repeated. But I think you may be getting into the weeds here that without further knowledge and consideration, which could take the rest of the night and another meeting, you're getting into the operations. Let us do that for you. And again, illegal activity is termination, grounds for terminations. I'm concerned about repeated behavior that is inconsistent with the policy, and employees should have more clarity around what repeated means. So we can take care of that. You don't have to get into that weed right there, but we will ensure that we enforce this policy.
Mr. Reed, if I can make a recommendation, I noticed that in the manual on page 17, that it really separates the misuse, personal, and then number 2, administrative use. However, when it comes to the consequences, it lumps them up together. So maybe it could be better defined to have the consequences also separated. What are the personal consequences for misuse? What are the administrative consequences for misuse? And that might clear up a lot of the vagueness. That way we are not, coming up with all these possibilities and not having this generalized consequence. That might be of help.
So this is, how many times has this come before us now?
So the policy, which is attached to the ordinance, is what council is being asked to consider. What we're discussing right now is the procedures manual, which is more flexible and more open to being changed.
So what I'm thinking is we just hired a new attorney who has expressed that they are very adept at procedures and things like that. So I would like to make a motion to approve 12E, and then separate from this motion, move forward with asking our attorney to look over this, to clarify those issues that were raised.
To look over the manual.
Correct.
Okay.
Let me turn this on. I got a motion and a second. Councilwoman Cunningham made the motion. Councilman Mahoney seconded the motion. Waiting on the voting. Okay, we have a 4-3 tie, or vote. It's a yay. It passes.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you. All right, moving on to 12F. Approval, disapproval of an ordinance of the city of Cibolo, amending the through truck traffic ordinance, adding 2 streets to the ordinance. Chief Huggins.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. At the December 12th council meeting, council directed staff to amend the ordinance to include 2 streets to the list of streets within Cibolo that are prohibited through truck traffic, and that would be Vista Del Rey and Countryville. This is an amendment to our current ordinance. This is, we've done this several times over the last few years, adding more no-through truck routes within our city. It's pretty simple, cut and dry, so we're just asking if y'all would add Countryville and Vista Del Rey to the list.
Make a motion to approve 12F.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. A motion was made by Councilman Hicks, seconded by Councilman Roberts. Ayes have it, 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Moving on to 12G, approval, disapproval. Okay, yeah, that's right. Didn't we table that one, or we're just not going to do it?
It's
Okay.
been, yeah, pulled.
Pulled, okay, all right. Okay, next up is 12I. We already did H. 12I, discussion action regarding an ordinance of the city of Cibolo regarding a rezoning for 2.227 acres, I assume that is, located at 12090 IH 10 West, legally described as ABS 134 Sir Jose Flores, 2.227 AC from the current zoning of general commercial C4 district to agricultural homestead, AG. Ms. Huerta.
Yes, the owners of the property are Philip and Jean Smith. It's located south of Bolton Road in Council District 7. The applicant originally requested disannexation, and the council offered for the applicant to rezone their property to agricultural homestead, AG, instead. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the rezone by a 6-1 vote at the November 15th meeting. Notices were published in the newspaper on October 22nd and the city website. Individual letters were sent by mail to 7 property owners within 200 feet of the site. To date, staff has received 2 in favor and 2 in opposition. Public hearings were scheduled for November 15th with the Planning and Zoning Commission and December 12th with City Council, with approval, disapproval of the zoning ordinance scheduled for today, January 9th. City Council has the option to approve the rezoning or deny the rezoning with findings.
Well, since we did direct the applicant, I'm going to make the motion to approve 12I as written.
Okay, I got a motion made by Councilman Hicks, seconded by Councilman Benson. Let's start our voting here today. We have 6-1, and this is to rezone from commercial to agricultural. Okay. All right. Moving on to 13A, discussion action on the election of a mayor pro tem.
I'll make a motion to nominate Katie Cunningham, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Peggy? Any discussion on this item? Second by Councilman Mahoney. Yes. Randy made the motion. Councilman Mahoney seconded the motion. Okay, motion fails.
Make a motion, we
4
nominate
to
Mr.
3.
Hicks.
I second the motion.
I'd like to have a discussion on this. I love you, Joel. You've been mayor pro tem for a very, very long time. In every other city, mayor pro tem rotates. And you've been mayor pro tem for 5 years, 4 years? It doesn't give other people the opportunity to represent their districts when we have the same person in that position for this long. I think you've done a great job. You've been there for 4 years, but I do think that it's been a monopoly on a position where the mayor and the mayor pro tem get to participate in conversations that the rest of council does not get to participate in. That is my concern, and it has nothing to do with you as a person. I would say this if anyone was in the position for that long. We used to have a mayor pro tem for 1 year at a time, and then it's been the same for years. That's my concern with this.
Well, I don't see it as a concern because you go to others that the most longevity is usually, I mean, you go to the county and whoever is the judge pro tem, it's the longevity of the person. I understand where you're coming from. I have no problem letting you, but mayor pro tem, there's more to it than just a title, and more to it than there's a lot more to being a mayor pro tem.
I agree, and it would be nice
And
if
you
other
need to-
people would get the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I think Katie is our second longest serving.
If you count
person.
up all the times that Mr. Hetzel's been on council, he's probably the longest running on here. So, I mean, if we're going by longevity, then that argument is null with Mr. Hetzel. If we're going off of sharing the wealth with other people, then
I don't see how it's wealth.
I mean, that was probably a bad phrase,
Responsibility, right.
but giving other people the opportunity.
Well,
So, I mean,
My concern is can everybody else be at the things that we need to be at and cover those items?
I mean, I'm retired, and I mean, I'm able to make it to stuff.
So don't share it with me because I can't get there. And so I think there's times when we need Mayor Pro Tem to be able to be at everything that needs to be at. And
then maybe none of us should have jobs.
And it's not about
Well,
tenure necessarily.
I don't think
You know,
that's
it's not about tenure
necessarily
necessarily. It's
required.
about availability and making that availability because this is a public service job, right? And it's also about building relationships with other cities. It's about, you know, the involvement and so forth. And obviously that some have more time than others, but if it has been the last 4 years, we kind of need to reflect back on the last 4 years, who has been more available. Let's say, for instance, God forbid anything happens to the mayor, but who already has those working relationships with others outside of the city, who understands, has relationships, let's say, per se, with TxDOT and so forth. And these are just things that I've observed in my short tenure here. And for that reason, I second that motion because I see every city around us knows who he is. They know him by name. He represents our city well. He's built relationships with the Commissioner's Court. He goes to Commissioner's Court, those meetings. So to the extent of his involvement in the community, maybe in the last 4 years he has been the only one to do that. Maybe we should step it up and build those relationships. That way it's not just based on tenure. But I agree with you. There should be
a lot of words.
There should be.
That's a lot of words.
There should be
Ms.
some
Sanchez.
rotation. There should be some rotation, but we should take that initiative to just also be more involved.
Yeah, so
It's not just a one thing that we're looking at.
so Mrs. Cunningham, if you were elected by your peers as the mayor pro tem, do you feel that you'd be able to attend, you know, a majority of the events that happen?
I have attended events. I'm not at every single one, but I have attended, just like Mr. Roberts has attended, just like Mr. Mahoney, who is also retired, has attended, just like Mr. Hetzel, who is also retired, attended,
Right. who
who also has longevity. I mean, I think that and again, this is not about you, Joel, I promise you, this is not. We're setting a precedent where this is bequeathed to you because you've been here the longest, or, well, this person, we're just gonna keep them. We're not giving anyone else the chance. If we didn't give anyone else the chance to be on council, then Norma wouldn't be here because she wasn't on any committees before joining the city. Mahoney wouldn't be here. Roberts, I think, was on one committee. We've got to rotate people in, so whether you're able to be at every event all the time or not does not mean that you should be excluded from conversations or be excluded from from different subcommittees. I'm on 2 or 3 subcommittees right now, and I make them. Yeah. And we all manage to make them. We fit them into our schedule.
Right.
This does feel, when we're talking about time and availability, it does feel marginally sexist. When I applied to be on committees, there were times when I was up there doing my spiel, I'm Katie, blah, blah, blah. I was the only person asked, do you have time to participate? Will you have time? You have kids, will you have time? I mean, I know that I'm not retired, I do work, but I also have a flexible work schedule. Mr. Roberts also has a fairly flexible work schedule. Mr. Mahoney's retired. Mark has a fairly flexible work schedule. We all make this work because we chose to be here. So I think when we're talking about these things, I'm not trying to discount Joel at all. I think he's done a great job. I think he's very involved. He's proven himself for years and years. He was one of the first people I ever saw in here with Harley and your dad in the front row, consistently fighting for the city. No doubt in my mind, not saying anything about that. But I think if we put up this wall, like, well, only this person, only this type of person can be representative of the city, that's not really fair. I could also counter it and say, there's only a couple of us up here who have kids, who have families that we're raising in this community right now. There are people who are retired who aren't looking for jobs in the community right now. So wouldn't someone who's actively in the workforce or actively raising a family, wouldn't they have more experience in that in the current climate right now? I mean, like, you can argue it anyway. I'm not, again, nothing about Joel. I just feel like we've had the same people in place for years and years and years. We have term limits for our seats.
Over the next year, if I get again, then over the next year, you start making those meetings with us. Prove yourself.
Well, I mean, I think that's inappropriate.
That is
I mean,
very-
we're not. This isn't a how many times you show up at ribbon cuttings,
It's not
event.
about ribbon cuttings, there's more
But-
to it than ribbon
Right,
cuttings.
no, it's not
Right.
about ribbon cuttings, it's about building relationships, you know, and not to say
Right,
that you
and she
haven't,
should
not-
have the
You're
opportunity to build
insinuating it.
relationships.
You're not to say,
you know?
you are
Whatsoever.
insinuating it, and this
Not
is
at
not the
all.
first time.
This is, again, we weren't talking about this to make this personal, right? Every time you said to Joel, this isn't personal.
Because
so
I have a
therefore,
relationship
thank you.
with him.
Okay,
He should know that I back him up.
okay.
This is not about being personal, it's
No.
just about a different direction for the city. It's about change, it's about progress, we're a forward-thinking city. And
I'm not-
we just need, that doesn't, different ideas. And unfortunately, some of the ideas that seem to come out is against Old Town. And
I live
it's,
in
and
Old
it's
Town.
probably
What are you talking
time to go a different direction.
So now it's about Old Town. Where I live.
Well, I mean, I think the spirit of the appointment, I know it used to be every time there was an election, right after the election, we would, appoint a new mayor pro tem. And I think that the spirit of that appointment was determined to be a little too lengthy, as far as how long you have to wait until there's an election, because somebody could be the pro tem for 2, maybe 3 years, right? Especially with these staggered elections. And so I think that the spirit of our charter amendment, which was to make the appointment during this meeting
Right.
of every year. And so it would give opportunity for those who are able and willing to serve as a pro tem, the option to be appointed by their peers, And so, I don't know. I mean, I think you've done a great job, over the past, 4 years, since 2019, yes.
So what's the policy, let's say, for instance, if a mayor pro tem terms out in the year that they were voted in as mayor pro tem? Let's say November comes around, that, particular person's mayor pro tem, they were decided on in January, but November comes around, their term expired. So how do you vote for a mayor pro tem? Who covers that additional couple of months until the next reelection for January?
Makes sense.
I don't know if we have a policy for that. Do you know, Peggy? Do we have something like maybe to do it in November?
No. Jim wasn't. Jim and J-Hogue J-Hogue had it for 2 or 3 years himself.
So no policy, Peggy. And so that's something we can maybe determine, you know, I mean, no matter what we decide tonight, I think it would be something we should revisit and take a look at if it's something we want to rotate like other cities do, where they just rotate it. I mean, I know Selma does that, and they seem to do just fine with their situation.
And I can tell you that also causes frustration just as well in just talking to others who rotated. Let's say, for instance, they have a mayor pro tem that's not necessarily living up to that position, and they're just kind of riding that out and just waiting for it. So
How do you
there's
know
just-
if someone lives up to something if they're never given an opportunity?
Right.
You didn't attend every single council meeting before you got on
No, I
council.
didn't, because it is my citizenship by right that I can actually run for something as a U.S. citizen. It has nothing to
Absolutely.
do with me going to boards and commissions or
Just
city
like being
council
mayor pro
meetings.
tem has nothing to do with being retired and being
Well,
available.
no, I think citizenship is defined to where we could actually run in elections, but there's no definition to, let's say, what qualifies you as a mayor pro tem. So.
You're making definitions. I don't want to keep arguing about.
No, I'm not making definitions. I was just bringing
Mayor,
clarity.
the charter simply states that the mayor pro tem shall be a council member elected annually by the council. So there's no, unless there's a charter change. Now, I have seen some cities that through an ordinance help interpret how that would be done. But if, let's say, the ordinance says people will take turns being mayor pro tem, if the charter's not changed, the council could still, at that annual time, decide, no, we're not going to do rotating basis. We're going to elect as authorized by the charter. So currently, your charter simply says there will be an election annually to elect the mayor pro tem. And it defines that the mayor pro tem will serve as mayor when the mayor is unable to serve as mayor. With regards to all the other things that the mayor pro tem does, that could be done by ordinance.
Okay, so the motion was made by, okay, T.G. Benson.
Correct. And second by the council.
All right. Thank you. All right, very good. All right, moving on to 13B, discussion action on an interlocal agreement between Guadalupe County and the city of Cibolo for infrastructure improvements for the construction of Dean Road, Lower Seguin Road, and Bolton Road, and authorization for the city manager to sign the agreement. Mr. Reed.
Mayor, council, this item has been discussed with you at length. I think if I stood up here and repeated myself, you would not appreciate the time that I'm taking from you. We have 5 miles that are of roads that will be reconstructed. Dean Road, Lower Seguin Road, Bolton Road. 1 mile of those 5 miles are located in the ETJ. This ILA memorializes what we've talked about in the past. The county would pay its fair share, which has come out to be roughly $1.147 million if we were to pave those sections that are located in the ETJ. We, in turn, should they approve this ILA, I am told it will be considered on their January 23rd Commissioners Court agenda. The only thing we're promising is we'll annex the roads upon completion of the roads. I'm happy to answer any other questions you have about the ILA.
Well, to add to that, you'd offered, because I was there, to have them inspect the roads and make sure that meet their standards,
And that's in the ILA.
Yes. And I'm gonna tell you, the majority of them, there's one that had questions and he asked for road counts. I hope we were getting the road counts.
Yeah, we had the police department put out some counters for us, and so we're collecting that.
So that's, I think we have a good chance of the majority of the court saying, yes, we'll move forward with it. There was just the one that he wanted road counts, and I
So-
think we've got it. So I'll make a
When-
motion.
When's
to-
that next vote for the county?
January
the 20
23rd.
The 23rd.
I was told that by the county
2
engineer.
Tuesdays from now.
Yeah.
It's up to the judge when he puts it on.
Same
the
day we have
agenda.
our next meeting?
Yes, the same day as our next council.
In the morning, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so you've made a motion, Mr. Hicks?
Yes, sir.
I got a second by Councilwoman Cunningham. Joel? All right, ayes have it, 7-0. Okay, moving on to 13D, discussion action regarding the city GPT proposal to develop and provide Alexa virtual assistant skills for the city of Cibolo. Tracy Beekman, sorry. Where's Tracy? Oh, he's running. Oh, he's running in the, okay. Yeah, all right. Okay. Tracy. Hello.
So tonight we are going to speak about Alexa skills. If y'all will remember back in June of 2023, on Alexa, where he did let you know that 80% of American households have Alexa or a similar device. So what we're going to do tonight is I'm just going to talk to you about what Alexa is, what it has to offer, what the City GPT is, the development timeline for Alexa, and how y'all would like to fund that. So, be at the end there. Okay, so Alexa, who doesn't know what Alexa is? So Alexa is any one of these devices up here. Alexa is an Amazon-only product. So it's not Google, it's not Siri, it's not anything else. It is strictly Amazon. So it's a great product. I actually use it in my home for all kinds of things. Alexa does take voice commands. It can control your home. It can, create a shopping list for you and order everything on that shopping list. And the great thing about Alexa is third parties can build skills to get Alexa to give you information about your community, about your environment there. And that is actually what the City GPT company, Mr. Burnett's company, is talking about doing for us. It would help to increase our engagement with our citizens, keep them more informed. And it actually targets those people who want this information. It doesn't just throw it out there for them. If they want it, they ask for it, and they can get it. So this is the presentation that Mr. Burnett would have picked up and talked about here. Unfortunately, I guess he wasn't able to make it tonight. So City GPT, again, we were speaking with, partnering with them for the creation of these skills for Alexa that our citizens in Cibolo could use. Basically what it would do is kind of crawl our websites and any other kinds of information that we have for our citizens in other places and put them all in one spot. And you could ask Alexa, Alexa, what's going on in Cibolo this weekend? And it would look at our events calendar and it could just repeat that information back to them. So the scope of the project, this is straight from City GPT. They're going to create the skills, create a web dashboard for us, create a feedback mechanism, create some analytics that shows us how it's getting used, how many people are using it. If there are new queries that we don't have yet built, it would create a notification system for that. Multimodal support for Alexa devices with screens, that's the one, well, they have some that have screens. So, and then, of course, it could, broadcast important announcements. And there would be FAQs, frequently asked questions, that could be created around Alexa. So if Mr. Burnett was here, this is where he would demonstrate the skills that they had built for Alexa. He unfortunately was not able to make it. This is the development timeline for building this out. We're looking at about 8 weeks. This is the number of resources on your other side there that they would dedicate to the creation of these skills for Alexa. Okay, and for City GPT, their Alexa skill development is a one-time cost of about $35,000, and then annual support and maintenance would come in at $36,000 a year.
So the initial would be 71,000.
Yes, sir.
And then after that, 36,000.
Yes, sir.
I guess my question would be, we look at it first 6 months and we don't have a lot of stuff. I mean, we just spent $71,000.
Yes, sir.
And there's not a lot of activity. I'm seeing here about a contract of how long he's looking about them contracts.
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't catch that.
What do you mean by activity? As far as people using it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Because if we get 20 people that use it in 1 year, I mean, yeah, we just spent. That's a pretty expensive hit to our budget.
And I think one of the most important things to realize is not everybody has an Alexa.
I don't.
I mean, a lot of folks do, but a lot of people have Apple and HomePods and.
Could it be expanded to work with like Google Home and the others as well?
I
guess, well, he's not here, so it's kind of tough for you to answer
Yeah,
that question, right?
He's not here. As far
Is
as
this-
I know, an Alexa skill is strictly Alexa.
Okay.
It doesn't actually work with Google or Siri or any of the Apple products, so.
Yeah.
So it's its own thing.
It's
It
just
doesn't-
something we might want to table since he's not here to be able to ask questions. So
We could, absolutely.
you might want
We
to,
could table this?
yeah, make a motion to table.
To table it?
Second.
All right. Got a motion to table in a second. We'll just do it all in favor. Yeah.
I made a motion to table it, and Mr. Roberts motion to second it. I just, can you find out a date and then have it brought back?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will try and get in contact with him again to.
All right. So we got a motion to table. We'll just do, yeah, I guess we'll vote on this. Yeah. Vote on the table, please. Katie. Yeah, table. No, this is to table.
To table it.
Yeah, just a vote to table. Okay. All right. Motion to table passes 7-0. Okay. Moving on to E. Discussion if council wants to move forward concerning an amendment to Chapter 14, Article 1, Section 14-2 to revise Section 603.4.2 of the 2015 edition of the Uniform Plumbing of the City's Code of Ordinances. Brian Huggins.
I'll make a motion to approve it. Oh. Oh.
Right, this is just a direction tonight from council, so.
Okay, okay.
Right. So, the backflow prevention, device ordinance that we have, this is a matter that was discussed by our, city council ordinance subcommittee. I'm asking whether they bring this forward to the council tonight to consider, whether we want to amend this, ordinance or not. So, what I'm looking for this evening is just some feedback. Does council support amending the current ordinance to remove the annual or triannual testing of our residential backflow prevention devices? If the council supports amending the ordinance to remove the requirement for residential testing, do they also support keeping or removing the requirement for commercial testing? And does council support instituting a penalty for failure to conduct testing of backflow prevention devices for residential and/or residential and/or commercial installations if council plans to keep the requirement in place?
So I think the purpose of this testing is to see whether or not your sprinkler system is, doing a backflow into our drinking water, right? Or is that
Correct.
So
what's going on?
backflow prevention device.
Right.
It stops it from
prevents-
flowing into, like your pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Water back flowing into.
Prevents
yeah.
back pressure and backflow of the water because of a loss of pressure or something of that nature.
Right. And so I see the advantage to having the testing, because if someone has a situation going on at their house and it's damaging our water supply, then that's something that would need to be fixed. You know what I mean? And so
Yes.
I see the advantage of doing the testing, but maybe the frequency of the testing is maybe a little too much. What is it, every 3 years right now?
For residents without what's called a hazardous condition, it's every 3 years.
Okay.
For residents or commercial lot, for a residential lot with a hazardous condition or a commercial lot, it's every year.
Yeah, okay.
So that's where it gets a little bit ambiguous, is the hazardous condition part, right? So
Right.
we'll get into that in a little bit with the TCEQ requirements. But how often council would like the testing done is totally up to y'all. That's a policy
Well,
decision.
yeah, so then that's what I'm trying to get at is because I know like with the state of Texas, they just got rid of, you needing to get your car inspected, which I think is a little nuts.
Well, I'll tell you,
know.
I've got information from my previous meetings over the last week. I'll inform you on some of that stuff.
Yeah.
But
so
I understand.
some regulation is actually good. You know what I mean? So we can just do away with all regulation. So, but I think that the timeline may be a little bit too. Maybe it's every 5 years or something like that. I mean, I don't know. Just trying to think aloud what we could do.
What if we were to do every 5 years, or if they were to sell it in the process of selling the home, that it would be required?
Again, how often the council would like it to happen is up to you.
But for commercial, and you said hazardous, what did you consider hazardous?
So therein lies the issue, right? So TCEQ, let me flip through the TCEQ requirements right here. When we asked for clarification from TCEQ,
Right, there's
they
always.
said it's up to us to determine what that health hazard would be. And so it's really up to every city, every municipality, every entity that has to do this to determine what that health hazard would be.
That's what I'm asking, yeah.
It doesn't.
Reed, why did Georgetown get rid of all of their requirements?
So Georgetown,
Can you speak to that? You just were there, right? Not long ago?
I was there, but I don't recall while I was there that we got rid of the requirement. I do recall conversations with the staff involved with our water utility of instances where there was a household where they had a pool, there was a break in a water main, the water was sucking back into the system versus the pressurized system pushing it out. The homeowner got sick from drinking the water while that was happening. We had at the city of Georgetown hypergrowth, and outside the city limits where there was less oversight, we had builders, literally, we called them straight pipes. The water mains were installed in the subdivision, stubbed to every lot for future homes, and we had builders just not coming in, getting their meters, and just putting straight pipe, connecting their home under construction to our water system, literally exposing our water
Stealing
system.
water.
So, Mr. Benson, I'm not aware that they got rid of it, but I can inquire with my colleagues there if they did.
so when we talked about this during the subcommittee meetings, it was that Georgetown didn't send out the letters requiring the annual testing to be done. And so what we talked about in the subcommittee meeting was that we're sending these letters out, we're telling our citizens, you've got to get this backflow prevention device tested on an annual or every 3-year basis. But when those certain citizens decided they didn't want to do it, we really didn't have any penalty in place for them not doing it. And so the people who were following the law were paying to have this testing done, and those who didn't follow the law, there was no penalty for it. So what I would like
Bless
to
you.
ask tonight is direction from council is if you want to keep this backflow prevention device ordinance in place, what kind of penalty would you recommend, if you would recommend?
Yeah, well, so
We have for the citizens that don't follow the policy, don't follow the ordinance.
So in that case, I mean, it would be to force test, to have the city go on site or pay a company to go on site and test it,
So
and
there's
then put the bill on the next.
There's different
bill.
avenues that the city could go down. Either the staff would have to keep up with who is not getting their testing done, and then us send a letter out to say, hey, you didn't get your testing done, and if you don't comply,
Well, didn't
this will
when-
be this will be the penalty for not complying.
I'm sorry, Mr. Huggins.
That's
Didn't, when we first started this, I think testing was like $25 or it was real inexpensive. Now I know because now it's a couple $100 is what I heard. And so, I mean, it's gone up substantially.
Yes, sir, and that's really what Mr. Benson brought this to us, and that's really what stemmed this whole conversation was, he just paid, what, $75 for your 3-year testing, and he's like, I'm following the law, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, and then we have people who aren't.
What if we?
And
'cause
nothing's
I know-
happening to them people,
Right.
so.
And I know we got a new business here. I don't want to have them out money if it's going to cost them money, but if we had a working relationship, I know that we'd probably have to go out for RFQ, RFPs. I understand that. But if we had some type of relationship with one of these companies that said, hey, because, it's gotten out of hand, because I remember when it first came into play, it was like $25. I mean,
right.
It was real inexpensive. Right.
And trying to find somebody that'll actually come out and do it, that's another hole.
So there are.
Most people don't want to go do it.
Well, we've got a business on Gulf Street now that,
Okay, but what I'm saying is.
I understand what you're saying.
This becomes a real sort of a burden,
Yeah.
and if it's not
Yeah.
then why are we doing it?
So there are companies in place, Selma uses one, that the actual company contacts the residents, says you're up for inspection. They go do the inspection. If they don't comply, then they're the ones that sends out the letters and says, hey, you're gonna have your water shut off because you didn't comply. So there are different avenues that we could look at, either doing a third-party company to do all of it, third-party company to send the letters and then leave utility billing to do the cutoff notices, but that's, again, that is probably the decision for y'all. I'm not saying we need to do cutoffs or anything like that.
Commercial or businesses, I understand that. I mean, because I completely understand that.
Sure.
They can use that as part of their.
And when we talked about it in the subcommittees, it was really residential we were talking about, not commercial.
It's not commercial, it's
Right.
mainly for residential, and I'm with you on that. And I'm with y'all. I know that the subcommittee.
And this,
y'all met.
and this could be just another service that law firm handles. Like we have a law firm that goes after delinquent situations, right?
The
This could be
Lineberger.
just another,
Lineberger,
just another opportunity for them to send out more letters, right?
I don't want to penalize I mean, I understand the
Look,
need.
Let me interject, and this is just, I've been attached to this business somewhat in previous occupations. So generally, and we're talking 9 times out of 10, when your backflow fails, you will know it because you will not have much pressure on your irrigation. You're gonna have to call somebody to come fix it, and then that's when our process takes into place. Permit to fix it.
And that part doesn't change, right? That's a part
Right,
of
and
the
then we
installation,
have,
repair,
it
or
has to be
replacement doesn't change.
re-inspected.
Right.
And that's generally the way it happens. Can't say it happens every time, but the city of Cibolo uses underground exclusively, I believe, for backflow. We don't do any above ground except for commercial. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. Where the location of the backflow preventer is based on the type of backflow preventer that is for.
Correct. So like 1 inch and below are gonna be underground, 1 inch and up or.
It also depends on whether it's a double check site or it's a RPZ, a reduced pressure zone type, that has to
Correct.
be above ground.
So, but I just wanted to throw that out there. I think that's probably why a lot of cities moved away from it. And it's a burden on the taxpayer. And as well, it's not, we don't receive any income from it. The third party is the one making the money, not us. And then we're just charging. And you're right, when we started this, you could get one done for $25 or $35. And then the bigger we became, the more it started costing.
All right.
I think the number of years is an interesting discussion, because I think there's some emails going around from Mr. Parsons saying, well, it could fail and you wouldn't know, but I could come out and have to test it today, and a week later it's failed, and I would be like
5 years before you.
yeah, I mean, hopefully we fall under
2 years and
Robert's
11
point,
months,
but, it could go a long time between, so I think there's gotta be an answer to this. I think that TCEQ is probably pretty protective of their water, but they don't do much, but, I mean, the fact that, there's some cities that, New Braunfels doesn't even bother to enforce it. They've just said to heck with it. So it's on the books, and this is, like you said, where we came from is why do we have things on the books that we're not gonna enforce? So I don't know if time is the issue. I think we need to come up with a solution, but I think that just every 3 years, sending letters out, which is costing the city money to send letters out to people saying they have to do something that they don't even know what the heck they're supposed to be doing. What does this even mean? That was the last letter I got, was, what is it, Dad, what am I supposed to do?
Would you like us to contact some of these third-party companies to do this letters and do these inspections and see what the cost would be, and see what the process would look like for them to just do all of it for us?
Well, I wonder, because, I mean, the entire, almost everybody in Cibolo, I'm not gonna say everybody, would 80% be too much to say probably has to have one of these inspections?
Well, only people that have an irrigation system, right?
Or pool, so, right?
A pool or irrigation?
So
I don't.
I got
either of
both.
those two things are gonna cause you problems. So all right, maybe it's not 80%, but I would say it's well over 50% of the homes in Cibolo are gonna fall into this category of an irrigation system or a pool.
Right.
Maybe we need to get more creative with how we think about this, and if it's that important, then maybe we shouldn't leave it to a third-party person and people doing this on their own. Like, you swing to the other side where, oh my gosh, this could be really scary. We could pollute our water system or kill somebody at their house. But if that's the case, then maybe this is something, an actual role for government, right? Heaven forbid I say that, right? Because I don't really believe in a whole lot of uses for government. But if you're going to have one, and you're to say this is going to protect people from dying, or you having a problem with your water system,
Bluebonnet plague.
right? Well, then maybe this is a function for government. Maybe we got to look at, should this be the Public Works Department? We hire somebody to come out and do all this backflow testing. I'm just trying to think outside the box. I don't have the answer to this. I'm just trying to think of other ways so that you don't put people in I got a letter. What does this mean? And it's every 3 years, and what does that mean? And is that even relevant? I mean, where did they pull 3 years from? Magic, right? I mean, so I don't really think it's probably necessary, but I know that Mr. Parsons thinks it is, and I appreciate his opinion.
Sure.
I'm not diminishing it. I'm saying I'm not a public works guy.
Right.
But
So what we're looking for also, I guess, is from council, is if we're going to keep this in place and we're going to do something along the lines of having a backflow preventer ordinance, what enforcement action can we take to ensure that those people who aren't getting this testing done get it done?
I would say just the letter that goes out that says, you have 60 days to provide proof that you got it tested by a certified tester.
Do we have the manpower to follow that up?
And if they don't, then what?
Well, if we make an ordinance, we do.
Well, and
it's in the ordinance.
That's what most cities do. They cut the water off.
The teeth.
Our ordinance right now.
That's the enforcement action that we're looking for.
That sounds like that cost.
Well,
we need the teeth though.
You provide an
Or
ordinance with the
we
teeth, with
do
the
it for them.
penalty, You just up the ante for your backflow fees to get it checked, because now you got a captive audience.
Yeah, you do. Now it's gonna cost $150 to come out with it.
Yeah.
Because if not, you're gonna be paying a stiff fee.
You're gonna pay a $500 fine at municipal court.
So you wanna pay me $150 or $500 a year?
Turn the water on, and then once your water's turned off, I don't know what
Well,
the cost is.
Right, they would contact
But
utility billing would have it cut
yeah,
off.
it's still a process.
But you're not gonna get your water turned back on until you pay that guy $150 to come
Right,
back.
Exactly.
You're held hostage.
You're held hostage. Exactly.
I don't wanna turn citizens of Cibolo into a hostage over something
I'm
that's
with you.
marginally required.
Right, and I feel if TCEQ thought it was that
So there is some feedback from Mr. Parsons that I received recently. He said it looks like TCEQ is looking to actually enhance this particular requirement, this rule, so that there is more specific information about why it's required, who it will be required for, and
Well,
what
that's
would
good
happen
for
if the
us,
city does not have this in place. They haven't done it yet, but that's what it's looking like. It's coming down the road.
Can you talk?
Come on up, Jacob.
I always like to hear from Mr.
Welcome to the
Parsons.
party.
So when do they, I mean, is this just talk on the street, or you think it's actually gonna happen, they're gonna change or specify these requirements?
Well, you know as well as I do, when you get into state and federal, and the bigger it is, the slower it goes. And so it's something that's been talked about for the last couple of years. So I would say probably in another couple of years, you'll actually see it. They've actually had a lot of water professionals get together, and they've been discussing this. And that's usually what they do before they actually put things in place. And there's no way of telling what they're wanting to do, but they're talking about taking the double checks that are in the ground and making them come above ground, which they're not going to sit there and say, oh, you're grandfathered in. They're seeing it as a health issue, and so they're talking about raising everything above and then having them tested. Instead of 3 years, they may go to annually. So it's something that
So
that
in
may be
Dallas,
coming
where
sooner or
it
later.
freezes, you get that chance of having.
Has there been frequent cross-contamination that this has become an issue?
There has. It's isolated incidences. I don't know if you guys are aware of what happened in Corpus Christi, but they had some backflow devices and that got away from them. The city council said that, you know, these people pay a lot of money for all these things. We're not going to check those devices. They actually had to replace a lot of their water infrastructure because of that, and they're having to deal with TCEQ.
Yeah, they were having to boil their water. Bacteria
Yep.
got into the
Yeah, we don't want
system.
that.
It was a really bad system.
It was pretty ugly.
And even on a smaller scale, if you have something to where it's a break and it back siphons for whatever reason back in, and it just hurts you or your family, I mean, that's going to be something. It's something that we are responsible as a water purveyor to make sure that the water is good all the way to the furthest faucet or the furthest spigot. And that is our responsibility as a water purveyor. And so we're doing whatever we can, and that's why I feel so strongly about, you know, what we're doing with the water and why we're having these backflow devices and tested. I mean, I've been with municipalities that they would do it annually, and there was no questions asked because of things that have happened. If you have a pool, for instance, and you have a fill that's underground and you have a back siphon, you can put a lot of pool water back through into a system, and it just takes that one instance.
So really what you're saying is the reality of our ordinance is that we have no enforcement, and without enforcement, it's arbitrary. So we actually need to focus on a different part of this, which is the enforcement of the ordinance rather than removing the ordinance. Because if it's that important, then the real issue is how are we going to enforce it? Where it's not arbitrary, where it's not half the homes just throw the letter in the away and you have no way to track them down, and some people do it and some people don't. That's not going to stop what you're talking about.
I guess my
Yeah.
There were people in Corpus Christi that were doing exactly what they were supposed to be doing. It was the ones that didn't that caused the problem.
Yep.
And you're not going to know who those are because you don't have the people to go out and get it done.
So what percentage of the houses have the pool or the irrigation system? Is it like 20% or higher?
Thank you, Mark, because that's what I was going to ask.
I don't have those statistics. So VPO is
what I was gonna
a third-party company that takes care of all of our backflow letters that go out, and they have those details. The water purveyor or the utility department, not the utility building, but the utility department, what we do is if there were some issue with a health hazard and they weren't in compliance, then we would go shut off the water until that got back into compliance. That's the other thing that I also wanted to say that Mr. Huggins was also trying to convey is that TCEQ doesn't define what a health hazard is. They kind of leave it vague. The problem is if there is an issue and it is a health hazard, the state can come and say, that's a health hazard and you should have known, and then they can put it down. We've tried, many municipalities have tried for a while to try to pinpoint what a health hazard looks like and what it is, and to be defined by the state, and they will not do it.
Okay, thank
Well,
you,
that's
Jacob.
another problem, Mayor, is we've got Green Valley SUD in the city of Cibolo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Green Valley SUD customer for my water, but I still get those letters about the backflow, and it's from the city.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, we use a third party for the letters. It goes out from VEPO, V-E-P-O, and it's
Oh, okay.
the same company that
basically Green Valley uses. They're using the exact same program.
Gotcha.
That's why the letter looks the same, whether you're on Green Valley side or the Cibolo side. They
Thank you,
use
Tim.
the same company. The letters don't cost us anything. Those basically, the fees that are paid by the backflow preventer to VPO pay for all that. It costs us zero to do the letters.
Okay.
So I guess
So it
we
costs
need
us
to
nothing.
figure out, right, I guess we need to figure out how many homes have it.
Mr. Hicks, I would say roughly that every house built here since about 2008 or 9 has it, because the contractors put them in because they're trying to keep the ground irrigated around the houses. So you would think that the majority of the homes built after that point in time have irrigation, and some of the earlier ones would as well. I couldn't give you a number. It would be difficult to come up with it.
Within VPO, the last report we have for 2023 shows that they have 5,525 units that they.
5,525?
525, yes.
And we only have, what, about maybe 12,000 houses here?
We have 7,600 water meters.
7,600.
6,700 water meters residential.
So that's pretty much most of them. Huh, okay.
That's a,
There are several options. So the VPO, so I've done this in other places too. The city can contract for a company to come out, and then they could do everything as far as the letters. You would have the water bills, which would reflect marginal adjustment, either when they had their devices that need to be checked, or it could be incremental over the span of the year. And then the professional company would come out, they would let them know that they're coming out, they would check the devices, and then it would be done. They wouldn't have to do anything themselves. Another way is to do what is traditional, which is to give the letter, then they have to get in compliance. I do know that Garden Ridge, city next to us, they make sure, they are doing this annually, and they have a lot of neighbors that'll get together and they'll hire one company, and they're getting it as low as $25 per test when they get a bunch, like a whole street doing it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, what if it's just a service we just provide on an annual basis, kind of like the chipper fee, where we charge everybody 50 cents a month, you know?
So that's a good idea. It's somewhere like Garden Ridge where absolutely everyone has a device, where here you have some people that do and some people that don't. And some
drinks the water, right?
I'm sorry?
I mean, in theory, the water that would, if
Not
I
everybody
got
uses
a
the
pump
chipper
with
either.
backflow, I could actually put bad water in the system, which everybody would be subject to, correct?
Correct.
So whether I got a pool or not, I don't chip anything, okay?
So
I don't want to start the chipper debate, but if the idea is it's for the safety of the water system, then everybody's a customer of the water system should make sure that it's safe. I know you'll hear a lot of people say, well, I don't have a pool, I don't have a sprinkler, but I don't have trees that need chipped. So we can all play that game. I just think that Mr. Roberts and I were kind of talking on the side here that, you know, you go third party, then I gotta listen to the salesman try to upsell me something else. And I mean, I just think that I like what the mayor's saying. Like, just make this, or even you said it, you know, a few cents, whatever, on the water bill to keep the water system safe. I just think there needs to be some standardized group that's doing this, preferably the city, and it needs to be done without this arbitrary, hey, we have this rule, we have this law, and we don't enforce it. So you pay $150, I don't pay anything, and everybody's happy, right? No, it's ridiculous. And the water system's, I guess, in jeopardy. So I think we need to come up with some more ideas on how to get this done.
Yeah, I agree. And so, you know, it's after 10:30, so we're not going to come up with the answer tonight. And I know that this was a discussion item, but if staff could come back to us with a couple ideas that we can vote on, and then we can go that direction. Does that sound good?
Absolutely. We'll
Okay.
come back with some,
All right.
some options.
Thank you.
We'll talk about it at our next meeting.
All right. Let's. I'm gonna need some motions to table a couple of these. Can I get a motion to table 13F, as in Frank?
Motion to table 13F.
What's 13F? Guess it don't matter. It's the election stuff. Oh, well, election.
And there's no consequence for delaying that for a meeting.
Right. We're gonna do the vote thing? Okay. All right. Okay, 7-0 on tabling 13F. All right, next up, let's table 13G.
I make a motion to table 13G.
What's 13G?
Came from you.
No, come on.
You wanna push
You wanna
that to?
wait?
We can't vote because it's past 10:30, but we can do it next week or next time.
Number 2 next time.
Sure.
I'll second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. We're waiting on the voting system.
Only
Okay.
if it's number 2. Prayer and then it.
All right. Next up is, we did H earlier, didn't we? We're good on that one? Okay. So 13I, we can talk about this one. Discussion on crime prevention strategies.
That one you could have tabled.
Okay, then I
We
make a
don't-
motion to
we-
table 13I.
We don't have to table it. There's no action. We can talk about it if you want. Anybody want to talk about that?
Next.
Yeah, I don't, I think we just need a small discussion.
action.
I think Chief and I, we've kind of talked about this, right? But we've got to, I think we got to get some more than just talk. We need to get some momentum on these camera systems or whatever we're going to decide to do. And that was what this item was for, was to get us moving in a real direction. Some of these systems are not really all that expensive. In fact, rather than Alexa, we could probably put a camera system in.
Hey.
Yeah.
There's my half a patrolman, but it's not even that, it's
That's
camera
what we're gonna
systems.
discuss
So I mean, if we
our
go back and
budget.
we just look at his presentation, I mean, Alexa would cover, a camera system would cover most. So I don't wanna wait till, Q4 of this year to be starting to look at this stuff, though. That's why I put it back on the agenda to have a discussion, so.
And I'm
Okay,
with you
so,
on that.
So when you talk about camera, 1 second, Mr. Reed. So when you talk about camera system, are you talking about like what we were discussing with the county and other former county officers as far
No.
as the license plate readers
Having
on certain streets?
having 6 cameras at entrances and exits of the city.
Okay.
So you have one
Yeah,
on
yeah.
78, one on 78, one on 1103,
Okay.
one on Cibolo
All the ways
Valley
in and out of
Drive.
town, right?
Things that come in and out of town where the thieves are gonna go the fastest. They're not gonna take Green Valley Road up to 3009,
Well.
They're listening to me now, and they probably know. But
Yeah,
anyways,
I know what you mean, yeah.
The
Okay.
quickest ways to get
So
out of
cameras in and out of town, and it's not just license plate readers, it's a camera, right?
It's a
With
camera
a
that-
constant feed going to the cloud?
And I'm gonna tell you, I spoke to the Assistant Police Chief of Live Oak, and maybe you could talk to him. He came from a city down by Houston where they have a system where they can lock into different, and he lives here in Cibolo. And I gave him the information to Councilman Benson. He lives here in Cibolo, but he's Assistant Police Chief of Live Oak. And it's a system where the police department will be able to pull up cameras from like different, like Dunkin' Donuts or Willie's or whoever has cameras, and be able to look in that area to see those vehicles.
Right.
So it's something that
So-
we need to address and look into.
So this is a good idea, and you would think that there'd be some sort of grant for this. I'm sorry, Mr. Reed, you had some comments on this?
To Mr. Benson's credit, because of the last presentation and council's direction, the chief is preparing a presentation for January 23rd, correct? So we are following up, and you had 3 takeaways from that presentation, and he's working with Mr. Huggins on that presentation for your next meeting,
Okay.
including license plate readers.
Okay, cool. So we'll get a presentation on this next time. Okay.
So don't re-add that to the agenda, maybe.
Well, yeah, we covered it. It's going to be covered even better next time. All right. Okay. Next up is
Just real quick.
13J. So this one, it doesn't necessarily have a vote, so we can talk about it. Discussion on no-through truck signs for Lower Seguin Road, Councilman.
I had a gentleman that, he actually came in he just walked in because the door was open. He was asking about Lower Seguin with all the traffic, and I explained to him that we would, I would put it on the agenda to talk about it, another road for no-through trucks. His problem is. Yes.
Why don't you just put it in that?
Well, because we hadn't discussed it. We have to have it discussed before we can add it. So that's why. But I told the gentleman that I would put it on for us to discuss, but I also told him that because he's seen a lot of truck traffic due to I-10. And I was just on I-10 this morning, and the westbound lanes are coming along pretty quick. I know the eastbound aren't, Ms. Cunningham, because I see your post all the time. But the westbound lanes are coming along pretty good. But he wanted to have discussion, so I just put it on there for discussion. I told him I would, and we are.
All right. Because we didn't really discuss the other two more than 2 seconds, but okay.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to come back with a no through trucks ordinance for this.
We can.
That's the
Add,
plan.
amend it.
Okay. Who handles the no through trucks? Is that
Mr.
you?
Huggins.
Mr. Huggins, Brian? Okay. I guess we got one more to add there. Okay. All right. Next up is K, discussion on a neighborhood traffic management program, NTMP. Mr. Gomez. Hello, sir.
So, good evening, Mayor, Council.
Good evening.
So tonight, I'm waiting for the PowerPoint. You have it on your screen? Okay. So tonight, I'm going to be going over seeking council's direction on developing the city's neighborhood traffic management program. We'll go over currently what the city has in place right now as far as the policy goes and what we're proposing to move forward with, which is the NTMP, the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program. So tonight, I'll be presenting over the background of the current policy that we have in place and what is the NTMP that we're proposing, along with the process for requesting an NTMP project. And we'll also talk about residential and neighborhood engagement and some of the toolbox traffic calming measures that we have. The measures that we have in place tonight are not all the measures that would be in the final version of the manual. These are just a few of the items that we see that most residents request when they're seeking improvements in their areas. So a couple of things that I want council to think about during this presentation is, does the council support a new NTMP? And does council support the devices that we're presenting in the toolbox tonight? And what other devices would they like to see in the final version of the manual? So the background on the current policy that's in place, it was approved by council back in 2014. There hasn't been any revisions to this policy since it's been in place. And currently they're showing no projects have been even implemented since the policy was created. One of the big things that we see in there is speed humps and speed bumps. We know a lot of residents do request these items, but speed humps and speed bumps are not something that's accepted by the fire department or emergency response vehicles because it lowers their response time. So one of the things that we're looking at for the new policy is to put measures in place that would help not only serve the community, but also with emergency response and gain their support for these measures. And so when we're thinking about the current policy in place too, one thing that I think restricts residents from even participating is because residential, it seems like you're limiting it to a small amount of people, and policy makes it seem that it's something that's government driven and not something that a community can gather around. So when you think about the two key words that we're changing into the new one with neighborhood, it brings the community as a whole to look at this policy and see that they're all fully engaged on supporting measures that we're trying to implement for them and to help them out with their. And so program is something that residents see that it's driven by them, that they're the ones that are engaging with it, and it's not just something that we're trying to force upon them to tell them that this is what you need for your neighborhood. This policy will also provide them with the tools to understand the needs of the neighborhood and the flexibility for the neighborhoods to submit applications. So currently in the current policy, there are some of the measures that are kind of conflicting on the way things get voted into place. And so this one would create a clear process for everybody so that way we all know that there's a clear process on requesting these items and how to get them implemented. So one of the examples.
Well, to add to that, I know that the county has started where if they want to start a process, they've got to go through basically a procurement process. going out, getting, whether it's people to sign a petition if they want it, these things done. So I know that we've got something like that, but that's kind of what you're talking about right there, right?
Yes, so that's actually what we're going to be getting into as well. But thanks for jumping ahead, sir. So the process for the event, so the next slide is going over the actual process for getting these projects developed. One thing that we're going to try to implement is if it gets approved by council, the process would begin through the city's C-Click Fix portal. And we also have two other ways that we can request it via email and phone number, and we would provide that if the council agrees to move forward with this. And that's something that we would work with the city, with the IT department, to include a web page on the city's website to make this very accessible for the residents to go in there and select an NTMP process to be started for their neighborhoods. Once that process takes place, we would schedule initial neighborhood meetings with city staff to provide education on the NTMPs and try to develop the measure that would best suit the neighborhood and their needs. And then after that, we would go out for the balloting process, which we have an example in our presentation. I believe y'all were given that in your packet tonight, a sample ballot on what we would use. Of course, there must be a minimum of 50 ballots returned from the neighborhood, and 60% of those ballots must be in favor of the project to be implemented. There can't be a project that's not implemented without 60% majority of the residents in favor of it. Additionally, if it's not approved, then there will be a 3-year moratorium. I know there was questions about if we could reduce that number to either 18 or 2 years. I wouldn't request going any lower than 2 years, just because this process is very staff orientated, to where the staff's going to have to put a lot of time and hours into doing this. And if it's not something that's supported by the residents, it gives them time to come together as a community and actually talk about it. And then when they're ready to present it again, it's something that we know will pass. And I know one of the other questions was about the cities reserving the right to alter the methodology. So this would be if we go out there and we do conduct a study for the common measure, and the residents don't support it, but we see that it is something that's needed for the best interest of their public health and welfare. We need to come together to discuss whether or not we need to move forward with that, because that's something that's going to serve the community, even though it's not something that's going to be accepted. So that is something that we would have to discuss and make sure that it's in the final manual and get clear guidance on that. Yes, sir. So this would go out to property owners, and so this would go based off of the Guadalupe Cat, and find the people that own their property. It wouldn't be going to the homeowners for that. It wouldn't be going to renters for that.
Strictly homeowners. Right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, could you imagine if you're the homeowner and you're against it, and the renter is advocating for it?
And you got speed cushions in front of your house now. So this is a sample ballot that was used for the Buffalo Crossing traffic calming measure, and these were two of the options that was presented to them. And I believe the one they went with was the bike lanes that we're going to be working on here in the near future. So this is pretty much a ballot that we would try to implement citywide, so that way when we're sending these out to the residents, they know what the ballot looks like, and we'd give them the options. And then whichever option they select, that's the one that we would move forward with on trying to come up with the ways to implement it.
Yeah, we don't need state-type ballots.
Yeah, so these ballots are based off of, so there were numerous meetings where different designs were discussed.
Yeah.
The drawings were made by staff and by a secondary engineering company, I believe. And they were up here. We had them on big boards. The residents came and they were able to vote on which of the options. I think we had 3.
Y'all had 3.
They had 3 options. They were able to vote on the top 2 that they wanted on the ballot, and then the exact picture that was presented here. I think there were very minor changes because they asked for something to be added, but those were what were put on the ballot. Everyone knew that the ballot was there. It's not just mailing them out, though. Like, it is a lot of staff work. I cannot reiterate that enough, because they have to prepare them, they have to look up the addresses, they have to mail things out, they have to mail out the first letter, they have to get it back, they have to verify the addresses, the signature, all of that. Some of the ballots came back where both were checked, some were crossed out and nothing was checked, some were, they didn't have the address, it was just someone's name. Yeah, it was just a bunch of
You
random
remember
ones.
though,
We had,
they took, and they liked two options, and they came back and changed the one
correct.
to the other option, if you
So
remember, yeah.
they
it
had
was-
two options, well, there were three options. Two included a bike lane. One was the 2-lane option, that's option 1 pictured. They did not, the people who attended did not want option 1. So they actually voted for option 2 and 3 to go on the ballot. And then after discussion, they said, well, if we put option 1 on the ballot, to deter people or to try to get people to vote for the one we really like, the bike lane, because the other option 2 and 3 were very similar. They both were bike lanes. They were just very marginally different. So they put these two on the ballot. So it's a lot of legwork for staff, but it's also a lot of legwork for the council member who's doing this. I went out walking the neighborhood to get the last ballots because we were well over the 60% margin for the vote, but we hadn't hit 50% of the residents returning the ballot yet. So all of that work, that year worth of work in meetings and planning and
Was
everything.
it you and Donetta Roberts and somebody else?
And yeah, and the Boodles, we walked.
Yes, y'all
The
did
weekend of
a lot
Easter,
of-
got yelled at by people. It was super fun. But we did get over the 50%. So it is worth it. It worked out really well. The residents are very excited. They were motivated. They came together. They worked together. They were all reminding their neighbors to turn them in. So it is worth it. It made the process a lot easier because then the decision wasn't on the city. The decision was on the residents. They came up with the solution. We just helped facilitate, yeah. And so it is a great process. It worked out really well for us. I think that the lessons learned from that process can be implemented here and have been put into this. The one question that I asked that I don't know that we can actually put in the procedure would be a timeline. Like within, after the vote, the process for the project would be started within so many days. And that's really dependent on the cost. So painting stripes is one thing. Going in and putting in new curbs and barriers and all that is way more expensive. So putting a timeline in the procedure, I'm not sure that that's realistic, but possibly putting in something like after the date of the vote is due or whatever, we will have a count within so many days, and within so many days of that count, something will like just to show that we're starting a process and it's not just going to sit. Buffalo Crossing is not a great example because there were things that we found before painting the stripes that had to be addressed, like the road condition and things like that. But typically, even with Buffalo Crossing, though, we did start the process pretty quickly after that vote was counted. So it wasn't that the process was just delayed. There have been other factors that have impacted the work getting done. But I think putting that in there to show them, like, it's not just a policy that sits here that if you follow this process, you might eventually end up with something. It shows that if this vote does come back, we are promising that we as a city will do something about it. And it's not just you get us everything and then we'll decide if we want to do it or not.
Yes.
So.
And so I think that that's some things that we can put in the manual if we move forward with
Perfect.
this. I know there's for each project, there's different constraints, there's different time limits. Some of them require design, some of them require engineering. So based on those measures, we can put more or less a guided timeline. It wouldn't be exact, but it can show the residents that if this is the path that we choose to move forward with, this is the time that would estimate to take place.
You know, if it is in our budget for that year that we've got to, hey, it might be next year before we can, that way we can budget.
With the meetings that we had, that was explained at every meeting.
11:15.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Do we have any more slides, or is this it?
There's a few more. So it's just
Okay.
going over like residential engagement, the difference between residential engagement and neighborhood engagement. Residential is more of just focusing on certain people, where neighborhood would be more community driven as a whole. And then the last couple of slides would be going over the toolbox for the traffic calming measures. We can get into detail on those if you want. There's about 5 of them that I put on the price. The big one that I would want to talk about though is the speed cushions, implementing these. This is something that we already spoke with the fire department prior to even putting this into the thing, and I met with the chief and talked to him about these. And so these can actually be designed to where when we put them in place, emergency response vehicles can travel over them and prevent any impact to their response time. So this is something that is approved by the chief that he would support moving forward. And I wanted to make sure that we got that in here tonight so y'all could see that.
I like that one right there.
So the speed back, yes. So a lot of people like these. The big issue with these is the cost that it takes with these. The cost of these are typically between $5,000 and $12,000 to install, depending on where you're putting them. And after that, you have to still deal with the maintenance on maintaining these signs. So sometimes they do go out. So a lot of these measures, we do have to consider the maintenance that you would have to put into the budget for maintaining these devices as well. So another one is the corner extension bulb out. So this would slow traffic by funneling towards the intersection. I believe this was one of the ones that they were trying to consider for Buffalo Crossing, but like I put at the bottom, some of these may require drainage features that if there's drainage impacts, you can't put them in there, or you would have to spend an extra $15,000 just in order to put them in there because you have to consider drainage. And road diet, so this is pretty much the option that y'all chose for Buffalo Crossing with the striping and decreasing the number of lanes and including other features such as bike lanes and on-street parking for residents. And then the last one would be a traffic circle. I know we've been asked a lot of times for these, but these are probably one of the hardest ones to put in just because of all the obstacles that come with it and the additional lighting that might be required if you implement these.
Okay,
So,
Katie, do you have a question?
Not really a question, but more of a comment. So it's related to this traffic management. I know prevention is better than being reactive when it happens. Can we, in our UDC, are there any measures for developers if they have a road that's long and straight to include a traffic measure like the bump out curbs or a roundabout? If we don't have that, that may be something to look at because as we have, my neighborhood is 2 very long straight streets with no stop signs. People zoom. The road condition is bad enough now that they can't zoom, but there was no stopping people. We've got a lot of long straight streets like that because it's easy for developers to put in.
Steele's Creek does that, yeah.
Steel Creek. So
Yeah, exactly.
if we have it in our UDC that if your road is over a certain length, you have to have some kind of slow down measure, a stop sign, a roundabout, because it's easier to put in those bump outs and a roundabout before rather than waiting until it becomes a real problem and you have people upset about it and having to try to figure out how to add something in later.
Right.
And that may prevent us from having to do the speed cushions and have the request for speed bumps. If we have the bump outs, then that should be slowing down.
Right. So I'm all for that, preventing it in the new situations. When they're building it, that way the developer pays for it, not us.
Exactly.
Ms. Cunningham,
Exactly.
Council, I'm just going to make that as a note for Kelsey and I to make that as a project objective for the UDC rewrite.
Perfect.
We can absolutely address that.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Really quick, I think there's an opportunity here to actually use our what do they call them? Not open houses. What do we call them? Town halls. Use our town halls and specifically invite HOA board members and presidents to come to them. And look, a lot of the legwork of this back and forth really ought to be on the HOAs to do. They should come to us with what their residents of their HOA and the numbers we've decided want, and then they bring it to us and we say, yeah, we can make that happen and here's where we'll budget it and how it'll happen. A lot of this legwork, and that really ought to be on the HOAs. They're the ones that should be handling these neighborhoods and what's going on in them for the most part as best as possible. So if they really want something, then let's make this an HOA-driven thing and have it at a town hall where they come and we specifically invite them and have them here so we can explain what we're trying to do and let them do a lot of this legwork instead of staff doing it.
Give them the homework assignment.
So I agree. They do need to do a lot of the legwork, but some of it, like the engineering, the drawings, the safety stuff, that needs to really be implemented by the city. We learned with Buffalo Crossing, everyone wanted stop signs. Stop signs will solve the problem. The state has very specific regulations on when you can put in a stop sign, and it has to do with traffic count. We cannot ask an HOA to do that.
No, what I'm saying is we take what is in this presentation and the options, and you say, this is what your choices are, figure out what your choice is, right?
Okay. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you putting this together. And so, yeah, it sounds like Kelsey and Mr. Reed, who'd you say else was going to work on this?
No, I just mentioned that I'll work with Kelsey to write under the UDC rewrite objectives, project objectives.
Okay.
To provide traffic calming awareness during the design of subdivisions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so
It'll
much.
be worded more eloquently than that.
All right. Okay. So we're going to move on to 13L. This one is a discussion action. So can I get a motion to table?
Make a motion to table. I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Katie Cunningham made the motion. Norma Sanchez seconded it. And we have a vote to table. Motion to table. Are we missing somebody? Who left? Edsel, where's he at? Well, if he gets outvoted, it won't matter. There's enough votes here for a table. All right. We're just waiting on. Okay. Okay. We got. All right. We're good. 7-0. Table. Okay. Moving on to M. Discussion and direction on placing informational signs in front of city buildings. Councilman.
Just real quick. To add to what Mr. Reed was going on, what Ms. Simics had brought up with the billboards out front, have something for informational signs to where the annex building has got the planning and zoning. You don't want planning and zoning. People that have been coming here forever show up here, and then you have to redirect them back over to the annex building. Just have, you know, what services are all in each building. Just have, you know, some type of small sign while we're doing that sign out there for the billboard, for the posting and stuff. You know, make it out of rock or something inexpensive, but something that looks nice.
Like at the mall, you are here.
Yes.
You're like, oh, I need to go
But something to where it tells what building you come into City Hall. You got court, you got utilities, you got city secretary, you got the city manager's office. Public Works, you've got this, and this. Annex, you've got this, and this. Something like that.
So something that can be put together at a pretty low cost, you think?
As far as the cost, don't know, but we can definitely come back to you with some ideas of how we could have a sign program that achieves the identification of services in buildings as well as directional to go to other buildings. And we could talk to sign companies about a price range, and if you want to pursue that, we're in January. You're going to be starting talking about FY25 sooner than you would think, and so we could bring that information back to you probably by April.
That's what I was getting at, is because we used bandit signs the entire time.
Oh yeah, you mean while we were officing over at the annex? You mean? Yeah, to like pay a bill here or go across the street to fire station number 1. I remember that. All right. Okay. So we'll get that onto a future agenda to give us some ideas and pricing. Okay. All right. Next up is N, discussion from council members that have attended seminars, events, or meetings.
All right. This is what I was going to tell y'all earlier. At the MPO meeting on Friday, spoke with engineer Clayton Rips from TxDOT, and he mentioned that we're really close to having dust flying along 1103. So just so you're aware. That means that they've got most of the redesign for the walls and where the walls are going. So he said expect dust to start moving. So I didn't give me a date, but I didn't even have to say anything. I was sitting there waiting for the meeting to start, and he goes, "Hey, by the way, no, not Lockett, but Mr. Rips. He's on the AAMPO with me with TxDOT. So." Call for projects will start in October, November. So if we've got any projects that we're looking at that might need going forth.
Yes, we do.
And then we'll probably have our meeting canceled for February, but the Project Readiness Subcommittee, which I'm on, will be meeting. And then at Commissioners Court, there's nothing really going on there. But that's all I've got. I just thought it'd be exciting to know that we're getting close to the 1103 turning dirt finally.
I know. I'm never again telling anybody when it's going to start because I've perpetually been wrong. I think I've been wrong like 15 times on that one, so I do not give dates ever again on that road. So, all right, who else?
Just one quick thing here. Wanted to let everyone know that on the 11th at the Cibolo Senior Activity Center, the Cibolo Fire Department's educational program is going to be going on about 10 o'clock. And just for those of you that are interested, at 12:30 we have chair volleyball. So, yeah, well.
You're in a chair.
This Friday,
But in your case, tomorrow at whatever it is, 12:30, there's line dancing.
Yeah, no. When's the chair volleyball?
Thank you.
The chair volleyball. Like fun. All right. Anyone else? Norma, you got anything?
Yeah, I was able to go to the Tri-Chamber luncheon this afternoon, and they're just really trying to get people to help volunteer for the air show that's going to be happening in April. So if anybody has some time or knows somebody who would like to get involved, Mindy for the Tri-County is a great contact to reach out to help participate. They're expecting, 500,000. Last time was 550,000 in attendance, and yeah, it's supposed to be big. Great stuff.
Yep.
And it's here at
Thank you.
Randolph, yes.
Yeah, I know. The NEP, we're handling it, so the mayor's got it. Yep.
You're gonna have to be out there this time to help us put in instead of stops.
All right. Katie, got anything?
I did attend several events, but they're over. The Senior Citizens Sweetheart Soiree is on February 17th. That is going to be at the Noble Group. The Cibolo Barbecue Cook-Off will be the weekend of May 17th. I am also working with a group of women who are trying to do an art walk in Cibolo, an art walk. And so we've met a few times about that. We're working on the application and dates and coordinating that. She's one of them. And then I am also working with a couple of Boy and Girl Scout groups. They're looking for volunteer hours, so trying to find volunteer opportunities for them. Warbler Woods is looking for people who can help them put some kind of bluebird. I don't remember the exact term, the exact name of the bluebird, but they have bluebird nesting boxes that they need to be painted and repaired. And so if anyone's available to do that, that is actively going on. They would like to have that done this week. Senior Center is still looking for Meals on Wheels drivers. If anyone's looking for volunteer hours there, and then the animal shelter as well.
So you said it was the 17th for the Senior Sweetheart?
17th, February 17th. I need to confirm
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
the
about,
time
February
with
17th.
Sue. I will be, again, this is not a city-sponsored event.
Yeah, I know.
This is separate, but we'll be posting a list, an Amazon wish list of the items that we need to decorate. This is a completely volunteer-run event, completely free to participants. We do it all based off of donations. This will be our 5th or 6th year. I can't remember because COVID kind of threw a wrench in it, but it was, yeah. So the theme right now is Under the Sea. So if you have any Under the Sea type things, start letting me know so I can collect that.
That was like in Back to the Future. It was Under the Sea.
Oh, maybe. No, Sue just had a really specific centerpiece she wanted to do, so that's the theme we're building around her centerpiece.
Okay.
We're also looking for sponsors for that, for the door prizes. The barbecue cook-off is, again, not a city-sponsored event. That will
What's the
be
date?
the weekend of May 17th. We are working on updating everything and getting the website up and running, and we'll start reaching out to the school districts about the scholarships that are available.
And you'll be getting somebody to come in and request to have PD.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Katie.
And that's,
I'll participate before, just letting you know,
yeah,
Chief.
so And that is something that now that we have this new grant process, if we're asking for individual items, that is something I'll add to my list, Mr. Reed, on how nonprofits and groups can ask and request for things from the city. I know we have the application now for the grant, but I'm not sure that applies to services. So I'll add that to my list.
Anyone else have any items, or anyone else have anything to discuss? Nope. Y'all good? Okay. All right, moving on to O, discussion on items city council would like to see on future agendas. Do we want to just email Peggy, or do we need to talk about it now?
We have a discussion. I'd like to bring Ms. Kearns's variance back to council, the one that we said that she had to have the escrow. I think we need to bring that back so that we're dealing fairly with everybody down there.
On which one?
It's along with 13L, it's a discussion of sidewalks, but Ms.
Oh, yeah.
Kearns came and we did the escrow and.
Okay.
So I'd like to bring her back and put that back on the agenda to rediscuss and act on.
Sure, 13L. Yeah, okay, 13L, right, okay, yeah, of course. Okay, P, discussion action on the review and confirmation of all upcoming special meetings and workshops and scheduling the time, date, and place of additional special meetings or workshops. Ms. Simics.
Everything's on the calendar. Okay.
We're good? Okay. All right, we got a motion and a second. We're gonna vote on this, Peggy? What? We don't have to? We're not doing voting? All in favor? Any opposed? We are adjourned.